everybody. Hope we're having a good night. Hey, Taurus. Good evening, sir. Hope the night is treating you well here. I think you've seen me play this game before. If you need a recap of where we're at in the story, let me know. Taco salad. I had turkey fajitas. Might need a recap. Alright. Give me a minute here. So I'll take 5 times. Well, that's very considerate. But you know, the thing is, you never know. Sometimes you're the only one watching. Sometimes I have a bunch of people watching. I never have a bunch of people. Sometimes I have a handful of people watching. We give it until the initial ad break ends, and then we'll start. I was actually doing a little bit of the side quest stuff in Zenless before I got on. Doing the little Bang Boo dungeon crawling thing. Oh yeah, the thing is you pick up all of them and then you just do them as you have time.
Greetings.
Words cannot describe how boring the bridge is without our stimulating conversations. As the only voice of our family on this vessel, it is an honor. As long as your questions are courteous, I will answer every one of them.
You are shrewd indeed.
My ancestor charted that route while fleeing the enemies of humanity. They say the Emperor himself was his guide, because the warp expelled their vessel without a single loss.
Well, let me move my camera a little bit.
The lips of those who relate this tale seep with disgusting green hubris. I think Kalain Orselio was simply a skilled navigator.
There we go. Actually, we can just throw it up in the upper left-hand corner. Nothing goes on up there. So I'll recap the characters as I talk to some of them. Like, this is your navigator. She has 3 eyes. The third eye must always remain closed because the third eye opens. Pretty much it creates a rift between reality and the warp. And it will melt your face off in the most literal sense. They are mutants. They have gills in their necks. Their skin is all thin and stretched and, you know, blood red eyes, that kind of deal. They're also the only way that you can navigate through the star system. Otherwise, you'll get lost in the warp and bad things happen there.
Just as a rogue trader stands at the head of a protectorate, a
If there's any
Novator
terms
heads a
you
navigator
need
house. It is the Novator who decides
refreshed,
where to look for alliances
just
and
let
which
me
path
know.
their bloodline is destined to
Just
tread.
type in the word or the phrase
As
with a
for
question
our
mark,
house,
and I will refresh knowledge on
a
it.
transfer of power to a successor is currently underway. In the meantime, Great Regent Auronto Orselio is ensuring the stability of the house.
All characters have a lot. She's also like the princess of her house order. Borderline loyalty, borderline royalty for a navigator.
So, says Regent Auronto. Nothing is decided yet. Some people in the house become enshrouded in rolling grey clouds at the thought of me becoming the Novateur. But even more are bound with dull leaden chains. They think I am not ready for such a burden. Oh, yes. The navigators of the house came to
Also,
the
she can
Throne's
see
Expanse
emotions as
fairly
colors.
recently, a mere 208 years ago. Before that, our ancestors expanded the borders of humankind's dominion for the glory of the Emperor, blazing trails to different corners of the galaxy. By all means. I am a part of House Orselio, an ancient dynasty of the Navis nobility. Since time immemorial, our family has served to advance knowledge, pushing at the boundaries of the dark unknown.
That's why she mentioned someone looking like Green. Yep.
The Starway
Exactly
Atlas
it.
contains 2,843 routes that chart the sectors of the Segmentum Obscurus and reach all the way from the Coronis Expanse to Holy Terra.
Holy Terra is Earth, by the way.
And uniting the Imperium's thousands of worlds. House Orselio is bound by commercial pacts to houses Galiatis, Ortina, Drotus, and... There is a dark blue knot tightening on your neck, Lord Captain. I can see my reply is not satisfying your thirst for knowledge. What is it you desire to hear exactly? You have my permission, Lord Captain. My stay on the station was wholly dedicated to preparing me for my future duty. Astromancy, astrography, numerology, the histories of my house and the Imperium, as well as other disciplines. For many years, dozens of instructors tirelessly prepared me for my destiny. And once a year, Great Regent Auronto would come to the station. He would entrust his beautiful vessel to my command, so that I could master the practical aspects of our art as well. A The Regent gave me a bird from a sunlit planet once. I tried to befriend it and make it sing, but for some reason, it refused and died soon after. The instructors were too respectful of my duty to my house to waste precious time on idle chatter. Aside from them, there were only servants on the station, and you know they have their vocal cords removed, so they cannot break their vow of silence. And since the subject has been breached, Lord Captain, why do you not follow this honored tradition? Your decks are so garish. Apologies, I meant noisy. The rabble don't just chatter. Sometimes they shout and even sing. Why do you allow such a lack of restraint? Rogue traders are highborn, are they not?
Yeah. Why don't you why do you let the peasants keep their vocal cords? Why don't you have them all just ripped out?
Please forgive me, Lord Captain. I was sure it was a sacred tradition made sacrosanct by the ancient vows of obedience. I expect more surprises will be waiting for me outside the walls of Urak 5. Hardly. According to the
Yeah,
chronicles
Taurus,
of
why
the
don't you just
house,
rip out
I
your
was
servants'
born on one
vocal
of the
cords?
Orselio worlds.
That way you won't have to hear them talk, the noisy
Oh,
rabble.
what was it? Please forgive me, Lord Captain. My childhood memories are too vague. Sometimes I dream about the colorful birds that built their nests in the garden, or the servants dressed in purple livery, or the blue fog that rolled over the lowlands behind the palace. But everything is covered in a rosy haze. Perhaps it is my imagination, not my memory, that is painting these pictures. The Navigator's open eye is baneful to whoever the warp's ruinous shine falls upon, and therefore it is the symbol of our power. We are the guiding stars of humanity, found worthy of an uncommon gift.
Right?
And one of the duties that we bear is to guard our eye, even from wayward glances that may bear evil. Besides, I am aware that lesser servants of the Imperium may find our appearance repulsive. The Navigator gene twists the features the rabble are used to seeing, and the magnificence of our role cannot be grasped by their feeble minds.
Who cares the opinions of short-sighted rabble? They can serve us and die for us and keep their thoughts to themselves.
I am not ashamed of my appearance, nor do I require anyone's approval.
She looks away, her shoulders and jaw visibly relax.
It may be difficult to describe. You see, every navigator perceives the warp differently. My mentor, Great Regent Alronto, always described his travels through the Immaterium as a journey through a vast wood with countless paths. And I, assisting him in the first voyages, futilely tried to follow his example. But the wood would not reveal itself to me. But everything changed when I found my own key to this mystery. You see, I've always brightened up my rare moments of leisure time by painting. You may recall there was a workshop in my chambers. As soon as I imagined the warp as a blank canvas, an indescribable feeling came over me. I moved the brush, going deeper and deeper into my own painting. Visions were hidden within the vibrant colors of my palette, and something inside me knew which should be brought out and which should be left behind. I woke up several days later, after the voyage was safely complete.
Notice your love pain reflected in your speech as well. Associates so many images with hues and colors.
The Emperor graced me with a gift. I can see inner life in addition to the mundane. You cannot know that a fruit has rotten from the inside until a blade slices it in two. I can see the rot from far away. It roils like swamp mud, oozing through the bright peel. Anger and boredom, sadness and joy. Everything that people shut away inside themselves is revealed to me like colors on the canvas of my world.
Essentially, you can't have a poker face against her because she can
You will
read your
hear no
innermost
objection
thoughts.
from me, Lord Captain. I have enjoyed your company. Thank you for the conversation.
Dude, I kind of wish you can too, but it also doesn't really matter to me. Because remember, if you go to work on the trust system with people, you can invite 3 people out per day. So just then when the day rolls over, you can do 3 more trust dialogues.
Domin.
Oh, Cabela, this is the assassin chick. She puts away the dagger she's been using to reopen her freshly closed wounds. Per in real life day? I thought it was 3 per in-game day. I didn't think it was in real life. I thought it was in-game. They might have changed it since I played, but I kind of recall it was in-game days. Might be in real life. Just ask guys. Torture your own flesh. What's the meaning of this ritual?
Torture? I bear the sacred marks of the Undying One's service. Death has bestowed them upon me. Though others may cherish hollow riches or meaningless beauty, it is my duty to cherish his gift of blood. Each wound is a symbol of our service to him. Each drop of blood carries his blessing. To renounce these scars is to renounce the Undying One himself. Death whispers to me, "You are worthy of bearing his marks." Tell me, Domin, do you wish to honor your flesh with his gifts?
You know, several officers exchange worried glances as they eye the blade in Cabela's hand. Could tell her no. Could tell her bear the mark of the Undying One. Or heretical. Carve a nefarious symbol into your skin. I'll do it myself.
Enough. You have made a mockery of the sacred ritual. So be it. The tenets teach us to hold no ill will. But I will have no part in this.
She's part of a death cult. No, no. Not a heretic. Not yet. Not yet. No, the Death Cult assassins are part of the Imperium. Part of the Scala something. The orphanage.
I will listen, but I will make my own decision. Death claims all, one way or another. But it is within my power.
I did get the
to
plus
stay
3
the
heretical.
sentence.
Because I am a heretic. And my hope is to convince her to be a heretic in this playthrough.
The Vizier taught us that there are many like us throughout the Imperium who spill blood in his name. Death cultists, as they call us. He said that no 2 death cults are the same, just as there are no 2 identical stars in the void.
Thank you. My
will
first
tell
playthrough,
you
I
about
was
the Bloodspun
all about
web,
being for the
but
Emperor.
I cannot speak
Amazing
on behalf
playthrough.
of all death cults. The Bloodspun web holds the bays of the flagship together with the threads of its faith. Such is our service to the Domini of the Von Valancius line. The Undying One commanded the Domini to embark on a ship and sail the Void's expanse. And thus, it became our duty to protect your dynasty and the Ark that became its home. This great relic of blood and adamantine. Some loathe and fear us. They call us murderers and reapers. Others call us dancers of death, who send the souls of the dead on their way. Both are right. Both are wrong. We are servants of the Undying Emperor. When he whispers that the time has come for a righteous martyr's soul to be laid in his blessed hands, we come to claim it. When he whispers that the wicked must know of his wrath, we come to reap. This is how we maintain order on the ship, unseen and guided by death's will.
You hear a whisper in your mind tell you to kill someone and you obey? You ever consider these whispers could be deception orchestrated by the minions of the archenemy?
Death's whisper is unmistakable. It is not like the murmur of stars or the hiss of corruption. It is truthful, pure, unyielding. Only the most eminent of us.
It's gonna be
the high
so
spirits,
satisfying to
can
just
hear the whisper
push
of the Undying One and
this
give
girl over
voice
the
to
edge.
his will. They must hone their senses and temper their body and soul for years before his call can reach them. If it puts you more at ease, you can think of these whispers as his providence. We are carried along by a current of blood in the great river of fate. Life is not given or taken away by chance.
In real life days,
If I
okay.
see an enemy of humanity, my blade will sever the thread of their existence. I will not wait for a sign of his divine bidding. I
Okay, then.
am his will, and I do what must be done.
You know, you said God Emperor is death itself. Some might find that blasphemous.
The Undying One is death itself. We serve him, and thus we serve death. This is not a comparison, attribution, or preference. It is the truth, and nothing can change it. Spinners carved the chronicles of our history on the stones of our temple long ago. But fate and time have erased our past, just as an exploding star erases a part of the
The set that gives
galaxy
big
from
rewards requires
existence.
3 agents with level 4 trust. What do you mean big rewards? Because I definitely
It is the Visier's duty to
already
watch
have
over
that
the flock, to lead
in
those
spades.
who want to learn
So I
more of the
probably have already
Undying
gotten that
One,
reward.
but are fearful of death, and guide
Yeah.
those who seek answers in death. but
Only
do
the
not
Section 6
know
people I
how
haven't
to
gotten,
live.
and Piper
The Visier protects
are the only ones
all.
that I haven't
Those who do not know we exist.
gotten max trust with.
Those who are grateful for our service, and even those who hate us. The Visier
Oh, yeah,
sees
yeah.
what is to come, remembers the past, and accepts the present. They spin a web of faith and blood so strong that no enemy may sunder it. This is the Visier's burden. This
Oh yeah, I've
is
done
the
all the trials.
legacy of the matriarch spider. It is said
I'm
that
so
she
upset
was
I
one of
lost the
many,
W engine roll,
born in
dude.
the void, the Domin's
I'm so
subject.
upset about that.
She honored death instead of life, and for this, she was persecuted. It is said that when the arch enemy
Cause I'm like almost guaranteed to not be able to get Ryabi's W engine
during a
now.
warp jump, she gathered the Undying One's servants around her and saved the ship from ruin. Together, they spun the first threads of the web to ensure that such devastation would never happen again. It is said that she was strong and indomitable, but as the years passed, her heart became as stone, and thus the Undying One whispered her name to the one who would become the first Vizier of the blood-spun web. Through blood, sweat, tears, and the strength of their convictions, the servants of the Undying One spin the souls of your subjects into threads of balance. This is why we refer to ourselves as spinners. Those who are newly committed to the blood-spun web are called lesser spinners. If they are faithful in their service to him, they may eventually become spinners. The most devout of us all are known as the High Spinners, of whom there are 7, each bearing a unique title. The Vizier, the first spinner, leads the cult. I, Kibella, am the second spinner. The third spinner's name is Io, and there are 4 more. The tenets are knowledge, an art that is passed down from one generation of the blood-spun web to the next. Even so, there are spinners who will never fully comprehend this knowledge in the time allotted to them by the Undying One. The tenets dictate how one follows the thread of life, but they are also the thread itself, from first breath to last. The tenets cannot be taught. The Gothic we use to communicate is different to that spoken on the upper decks. Domin has many meanings: giver of life, lord or lady of the Ark, and shadowless sun. The matriarch spider gave this title to the rogue trader who allowed her to form the blood-spun web. We use other titles as well. For example, Venai means Master of the Immaterium, or Watcher of the Veil. Vil means one who must go to the other side. Amig means one you can trust in battle. I use blood to read his sacred cards and hear the whisper of the Undying One. His tarot is not an answer, but a question I ask of the universe. And the universe answers with questions of its own. In this sacred communion, I perceive hundreds of possible outcomes. They are all true, and yet they are only visions. I know what will come to pass, and yet I do not.
Emperor's Tower is usually read by sanctioned psychers. How do you use blood to do
I am
it?
the spear of his retribution, not a witch or a sorcerer or a soothsayer. I have no strange powers, but I do bear his blessing. I do not command the veil. I am guided by his whisper and led by my faith, by the tenets. Please, do not mistake me for something I am not.
Occasionally you feel a shiver run down your spine or detect faint sparks in the air when you're standing next to Cabela. It seems her powers only manifest when she is practicing divination or in moments of pious exaltation. Cabela herself does not seem to be aware of her gift as a psyker.
34. There used to be more, but some have perished in the darkness of time. Their loss is a great tragedy for the blood-spun web. It is a holy relic that has been passed down from generation to generation.
Yeah, she thinks anybody can do it.
Only the first and
She thinks anybody can do it,
spinners
not
are
realizing
allowed
that she's
to
a psyker.
Study the sacred cards and interpret their
Thank you for
meaning.
lurking, Mana.
We use his tarot to guide the cult and discern the tangled threads of fate. Ask the cards, Domin, and I will listen. The first card is the young warrior. It suggests inexperience, a path of becoming. The second card is the shattered world inverted. The path will have twists, turns, and thorns, but you will gather allies along the way and find what was lost. The third, the hound inverted. Someone has marked you as their prey and is chasing you through a field of traps. The lost child. You will leap into one of those traps of your own free will and place your trust in someone truly desperate. I met her once when I was young. The Vizier saw a serpent hiding among those close to Domin Theodora, ready to sink its fangs into her throat. I was ordered to find the serpent and sever the soul from its body. I watched and waited for weeks. I hid among the shadows, the air ducts and the faceless masses. Once I found the serpent, I sliced off its head and returned to the temple. I doubt that Domin Theodora ever saw me, but the 3 ritual cuts I left behind on the body let her
It is
know
fine because you're here,
that this
Rob.
death
How have you been,
was
man? Happy New
pleasing
Year.
to him.
Hope
They
all is
sent
treating you
us
well.
a grand feast from the upper decks before the cycle's end. I am the second spinner of the blood-spun web. A spear in the hand of the undying Emperor. I am your shield and shadow. Your blade.
Well, it's good, you know. Been playing some good games, good conversations with good people, talking to some crazy assassin bitch. Somebody who Mana thinks is super good. You're upgraded to a 65-inch TV. Nice.
The tenets compel us to let our deeds speak on our behalf. There is no one in the cult who does
Very
not
nice,
know
man.
me. So I've grown
Yeah, it's
accustomed
super hot,
to taciturnity
super
in
crazy.
matters regarding myself. Ask,
What bad
and
could
I
be
will
happening,
try to
man?
give you an
The year just
answer
started.
that
What
will
bad?
satisfy your thirst for knowledge.
What bad could be happening? Oh no, that is bad. All your money. All your money, the rabbit hole that's Magic Dude, Magic the
remember
Gathering is
nothing
more
of my
expensive than
childhood.
getting into Warhammer 40k.
The Vizier says this is
Like,
because
no
of my
lie, but
training
Magic the Gathering is
and the
more,
injuries I received in battle.
it's harder than on your
He
wallet
told
than
me it
Warhammer
is the
40k
fate
is.
of all high spinners. The only memories I have are of the blood-spun web and the brothers and sisters who serve the cult alongside me. When we were young, we would sew our eyes shut
Mix between
and wander
strategy
through
and
the
poker,
bays
that
for
game.
months at a time, starving, surviving,
I used to
dying.
play Magic the Gathering way back
This
when.
trial of darkness honed the senses of those who passed it. We were elated,
More than 3
for we
decks you
knew we
used
were
to make your
blessed
best
by
deck?
him.
Yep.
When we grew older, we learned to wield
Magic the
our
Gathering
weapons,
isn't fun
and our
anymore because it's not
mentors
about
tested us with
opening
pain,
up booster packs
poison, and
to
the
find the
weight
best
of
card.
deceitful
Magic the
words.
Gathering's turned
In
into
time, our bodies
just
no
going
longer
online
felt pain.
and just
Our blood
creating your
became
deck
resistant to
custom or
toxins,
what
and
people
our
say the meta
focus
is.
could not be shaken.
Just
We
buying
were
them,
at
buying the cards
peace,
individually
for we had
online.
shed everything that could
Because it ends up
encumber
being more
our
cost effective than
faithful
fishing for the card
service
out of
to
booster
him.
packs.
When we came of age, we faced a great trial. A year-long vigil spent in unceasing prayer to the Undying One. When hunger and other base sensations faded away, we attained true comprehension of ourselves and our place in the world.
But good luck
Our
to you on
place
having the
between
restraint to
life
play Magic
and
the
death.
Gathering.
We were proud, for on that day, he truly accepted
As long as
us,
you have friends
and
that you guys
we
like to mess around and
accepted
just have fun
him.
with, that'll be really good for you.
Those who devote themselves to the service of the Undying One must be prepared to pay any price. Emotions, blood, life, death, memory. We all must lose what we hold most dear
Yeah, you buy the
to
best card.
become a spear in his hand.
It's the same for Yu-Gi-Oh! That's a
Some
shame.
may
I
lose
remember when we were
everything,
growing up, man, you just bought booster
but they will
packs and whatever
also
you felt the best
gain
was,
everything.
or you liked using, that's what you used and it worked out.
You can see for yourself.
Open up the Assassin's Creed Destiny was about. Attack! I'm being attacked by Scion!
Tools for tempering the flesh.
So I'm learning lore about some
If a
crazy
spinner
masochistic
neglects
bitch.
This practice for too long,
She's an assassin
body
who likes
will
to cut
weaken,
herself.
and their sensitivity to
And I just
pain
explained
might
her really
return.
poorly.
If it does, they will feel the overwhelming agony of every wound
You can
they
fix her.
have ever
Mana can
endured,
fix her, you can always fix her.
and go mad with torment before the Undying Emperor whispers their name.
You've been here, you've been lurking in the shadows, like the assassin that we're learning about here.
Is it possible to experience pleasure if one feels nothing?
Let's pierce her skin on several chained hooks.
The flesh remains untorn. Good.
I don't want to blind her. Wait, what's the clavicle? Radiant in the shadows. Yeah, exactly.
You have found an interesting use for this tool, yet it still serves its purpose.
No, it doesn't. My screen saying I'm on Heroic Trader. You sure you don't need to refresh your screen, Mana? Okay, let's put a needle in her eye socket.
The purpose of this practice is to fortify the flesh, not to mutilate it.
Collarbone.
That is enough. My body may not feel pain, but it still requires rest. Thank you for helping me in my practice, Domin. You have gained a deeper understanding of the tenets today.
My thing says Rogue Trader.
Do you have other questions? When we join the cult, we relinquish our past. The blood-spun web becomes our new family.
See, it's not on me. I'm innocent of all crimes, except a little heresy. All other crimes I'm innocent about.
The Undying One whisper the names of their kin. For some, the blessing of oblivion is a gift.
See, I'm smart about some things. I'm dumb about a lot of things, but I'm smart about some things.
Attachment makes us weak. The weak meet their demise prematurely. But such death does not please the undying.
I swear, not all characters are as macabre and gruesome as this one is. I mean, a lot of them are, but not all of them are.
It is true that spinners occasionally cross paths with those outside the cult. But such
the game needs that one character that likes like puppy dogs and fluffy stuff to offset Cabela.
We may walk the same road together, but we are nothing more than temporary traveling companions. It is similar for those of your retinue.
I mean, we do get a puppy dog eventually.
But all will go
in a sense.
separate ways,
In a sense.
as is inevitable. But not you and I, Domin. Our threads cannot be unwoven, and only the Undying One will end my service to you. It brings me comfort when my brothers and sisters cross. Know your enemy. None dispute your skill in close combat. Your body is well hardened, and perhaps you could even learn some of our techniques. Our art, however, is more than just patterns of movement. It is one's ability to give oneself completely to the dance of death. To fight as we do, you would have to empty your being to start anew.
AKA, I cannot be as good as her unless I stop being a rogue trader, and we're not going to stop that.
It is not difficult. Maybe
Alright, but now people are actually here to watch. Come out of the shadows. Let's go do some stuff. So, I will also give a recap of what's happened in the story so far. We're still in chapter 1, but the story started off, you know, we were an heir to the rogue trader, mutiny happened, all the heads of the crew died with the exception of a couple, the previous rogue trader died, we're the only heir left, making us the de facto rogue trader, and we're trying to repopulate our ship so that way we can do some interstellar travel. Augurs knows getting more people to work on our ship. We had to get an engine seer, which we got, that's our tech priest. We had to get a navigator, which was that three-eyed chick with the gills. And we have to pick up an inquisitor. No, not the other way. That would take too long. No, people are fodder. You just add them to your crew. You just get on the ship, be like, just get on a plane, and be like, yo, governor, we need like 20,000 men, and then he just drafts them onto your ship. Large monolithic rocks covering the planet. A void ship whose signature and origin are impossible to identify from orbit is resting on the edge of the deep ravine. Hull of the unidentified vessel severely damaged. Rocks around it shattered by the force of the gigantic machine's crash landing. Augurs haven't detected any vital signs on board or near the vessel. Send a squad to the planet to explore the void ship. Landing party reports via Vox as soon as they touch down. Colossal void ship before them is covered with spikes. It resembles a morbid beast sculpted from darkness itself, menacingly hanging over the ravine. An experienced veteran accurately determines the origin of the unholy vessel. Belongs to the Xenos race called Drukhari. Ready to collapse at any moment, the void ship emits a low, woeful shriek, as if promising to drag along into the abyss below anyone who dares disturb its slumber. Let's see. Options. Abelard suggests finding out what the Xenos were doing in the Record system. Tahia Central's command rogue trader orders to send more people to the planet. Or Adira tells the captain voices in her head are screaming, repeating words harbinger darkness and death. Not wanting to tempt destiny, decides to recall the people. Argenta says the only good Xenos is a dead one. True servant of the Emperor shouldn't soil the hands of Xenos technology. Or Roche orders that more people be sent to the Xenos void ship, collecting valuable findings. Or being the God Emperor is chosen, Boko digging around Xenos trash, artifacts of the enemy of humanity will be wiped from the Cronus existence. We're going to listen to our Seneschal and send more people to the planet. After 2 watches of hard labor, workers managed to stabilize the Drukhari void ship. Drukhari are dark elves. Soldiers who entered the vessel were met with lifeless bodies of Xenos who had died when the void ship crashed. The void ship itself, following its abominable nature, came to life, immediately craving to sate its wicked appetite for human death. The vessel's systems have reacted to the intruders, and senselessly cruel, deadly traps have been activated on all decks. Monstrous contraptions designed to mince, rip apart, and incinerate the victims took the soldiers by surprise, but were neutralized before the squad suffered significant losses. Soldiers found several curious pieces of xenotech on this void ship, with no data that could shed some light on why it came to the Record system. Ooh, look at us getting a Venom Blade. We would need a Drukhari weapon proficiency, but that's a really nice sword. That's a really nice sword. Gives you a 10% chance to parry and reduces enemies to hit when you hit them. And poison on hit. That's nice. This is the poison on hit. Bro. I'm in Act 1 and I found a pistol that does 15 to 25 damage. What? With 60 armor pen. I don't think I have anybody who can use that, but I know in Act 2 I get somebody who does. Yeah. If I was playing as somebody who uses a pistol, dude, I am too. Comes out on the 16th. Question is, Rob, am I going to be shooting it in the afternoon or in the evening? Fire rate 1, it just means you can't do rapid fire with it. It's a ridiculous pistol, it's just not a rapid fire pistol. That's all. That's what I'm saying. I think you are the main person who would be interested in watching the gameplay. Do you prefer my... But I think you only can really catch the evening streams, not the afternoon ones. Yeah. It looks like they're putting a little bit of that Souls type gameplay into it, just a little bit. The Dynasty Warriors Monster Wilds got you before you saw it. I mean, I'm gonna be playing both. Monster Wilds comes out end of February. Dynasty Warriors comes out in 12 days. And we are on a prison planet. I never got a chance to play Black Myth Wukong. Ooh, this is my last talent. Ah, money gone. You see, I'm gonna come into some money right before Dynasty Warrior comes out, so I'll be able to get it. Yeah, we never did. It's hard to nail you down, man. So it's hard to get you down for when you're available. I actually never really dabbled into Iceborne in that game either. I think I got distracted right before getting into Iceborne, and I never actually played it. The other two others who talked about it vanished. Yeah, that happens. People come, people go, people stay, people leave. You're about to play it right now? Right now, I have too many games I'm juggling. Between Monster Hunter and Minecraft. I mean, I'm playing this, Path of Exile 2, Zenless Zone 0. We have the Baldur's Gate collab stream. There's something else I've been playing too that I'm juggling. There's a sixth one I've been playing. Which, by the way, that's why I haven't started Wuthering Waves. Because 12 days we're going to be throwing Dynasty Warriors Origins in, and I'll have to complete that before Monster Hunter Wilds comes out. Level 49, you're getting up there, man. You're climbing fast. What? A rank, bam. Dude, you got so lucky. Got so lucky with that stuff. Rub it in. Being my failed roll. At the end of stream. Ending the stream on a failed roll because I'm a failure at that game. Yeah, that's crazy that you can get that. You got 10 A ranks in the last 20. Yeah, that's a bit ridiculous, dude. I have to look at common talents. I'm looking for It Will Not Die. I already have it, okay. And she, I guess we'll take intelligence because she's got nothing else she should take. She also has a common talent. I know pain channeling ends up being broken as we go through. Alright, fully leveled up, so we quick save. So bad things don't happen to me as often.
I see what others do not.
Come in, escort. Captain Vakari, escort, please come in. Pale young woman looks at you with a mixture of hope and disbelief swirling in her eyes. You notice her hands trembling as she clutches her weapon. Who are you? Did you come from the planet? Are you reinforcements? Sans teeth, I thought you'd never come. Bow before the illustrious Von Malicious. Great honor, your lordship. Captain Raquel Vakari, servant of House Winterscale, and the pilot of the shuttle. Woman's eye meets your eyes, clearly trying to tell if she'd managed to show proper respect to a figure of such high standing. No time for long-winded talks. Brief me on the situation ahead, and do be concise. Yeah, see. Reporting. Been a prison riot on Planetoid, led by the prison ward himself. My lord of Vane Winterscale, son of rogue trader Caligus Winterscale, went to parley with him. Labor and biomass should have been equipped with shutdown switches. It's surprising this procedure was not performed in a timely manner. They what? Switches? Not machines. You can't switch them. Oh, grok shit. I get it now. A few grams of physaline implanted at the base of the skull. Is that your idea of a switch? You do realize those are living people, not a resource. This statement is false. Primary attribute of convicted personnel on a mining station is that of a resource. Individuality is negligible. Why should a Winterscale have felt the need to parley with the dissidents? It's a personal matter. Master Castagelia, the seditious warden, is Lord Yvain's childhood friend. When my lord heard of the riot, the news saddened him greatly, so he rushed here without delay, in hopes to bring his old friend to his senses, no doubt. Theobald executed his wife and only son on the mere suspicion of treason against House Rosilio. Why did the noble Yvain rush to save someone who had betrayed his house? Do bonds of friendship give one the right to make inexcusable mistakes? I love how out of touch my entire party is with common sense. Is the prison riot connected to the planetary rebellion? Seems more likely Warden Castegia learned of the rebellion on Riker Manoris and decided to use the situation to his advantage. Can't say for certain. Perhaps no one can. Governor Midina has always preferred to shoot rebels rather than inquire about their motives and connections. The Wardens leading the rebellion? Yes. No one expected this. Master Castegia Master Casteglia is a nobleman from a respected governor house and a vassal to House Winterscale. All of a sudden, he proclaimed that Riccardi Filia was now his personal domain. Prisoners were his subjects, and he would never bow to anyone again. Pure heresy! And I take it they're looking forward to a diet of sand and gravel? That madman would start a revolt on Baron Rock. Some rebels hold up in the barracks. I don't know how many, but given this is the only way through to where the negotiations are taking place, I expect heavy resistance. Please take caution, your lordship. Lord Winterscale's guards mined the entrance so that the rebels couldn't get to the shuttle. Your lordship, you may have a minute of your time. I wouldn't ever dare trouble you with a personal matter, but the situation. In any case, have you been to the capital of Record Minoris yet? I asked if you saw a man there. Communications officer by the name of Jasper. I've met Jasper at the starport and saved his life. I expect some show of gratitude. You may name your firstborn after me, or whatever it is that commoners do to thank their heroes. Yes, of course, your lordship. We will. It's a great honor. She forces a smile. Then, far greater sincerely says, and thank you, both for saving Jasper and for letting me know he's alright. She bows. You can tell by the desperation in her eyes. She is exhausted, frightened, and wishes to be off this planetoid as soon as possible. Sounds like you're gonna party, right?
Duty prevails.
Powers unseen, uncover my path.
Cass, tell me, what do you see when you look at me?
Usually a colorful pandemonium, but now your colors have faded. Are you afraid of me, Idira? Or of what I might see in you?
I better myself through my service. Do you see that? When the faithful are idle, heresy grows. The
Yeah, but for
Emperor
those
favors me
lurking,
today.
they're just listening. If you have any questions about any terms, people, or anything like that, just put in when you have a question. Just put in the word or the phrase with a question mark, and I will give an explanation. So that way we don't get lost in the jargon.
The absurdity of your struggle amuses me.
I'll bleed you dry!
You've been ambushed. Have I been ambushed, or have they? Oh, you're good, man. I just know that this game has a lot of jargon. And I know all the jargon, so I just don't want other people to be like, I have no idea what's going on.
As the Emperor commands, eradicated. Rejoice in battle!
By the way, for this DLC, one of the things they added in Chapter 1 was an autocannon. 100-round clip, rate of fire 8. And I have an ability called Rapid Fire for the soldier, which doubles your rate of fire, which means she fires 16 bullets. But they deal 25% less damage. No, that's stupid good. Your rate of fire is normally 3 on rapid fire guns in the first act.
Death to the weak!
I am your blade and shield. Death is a blessing.
Right, make a little piece of people get, then proceeds to make the autocannon.
I have read tomes of military tactics. Isn't this a job for the serfs? Me, if you insist, Lord Captain.
I'll do it. Doubt is for the weak.
One step closer. Out of my way! I serve the ruinous powers! Ah!
You don't frighten me!
I know what is to come.
I shot that guy so hard it killed the guy that my character was fighting. I shouted into that guy's brain so hard it killed the guy next to him. From the overkill damage. Just wanted to point that what just happened in case anybody was confused.
Was that you? Or...
Advancing. The Omnissiah condemns you. High momentum.
There's 2 enemies left. Okay, there's gonna be no enemies left here because Argenta
Faith
gets to
without
go.
deeds is worthless.
How's gonna be magic? Hold with my back, just died. Kind of.
Power resides in the will of the righteous. As the Emperor commands, none can escape the Emperor's judgment.
And for the record, the autocannon is actually, I would say, balanced. Like right now, it probably won't be, simply because
My house would be proud of me.
enemies don't have damage reduction, but if an enemy has decent damage reduction, it won't deal any damage, or it'll deal like 0 to 1 per shot. Which is as close as you're going to get to dealing no damage. Right now it's OP.
faith leads you along your thread, as it leads me along mine. We both serve him in our own way. So, why do I see such worry in your eyes whenever you look at me, Amic Argenta?
We find our foes by different means. I kill those deemed guilty of heresy by the exalted ecclesiarchy. You kill those identified by vague portents. And I do not know to what extent they can be trusted.
Come on, we both serve the Emperor. We both think he's a god. Why do you look at me strange? Because you kill people based on the voices you hear in your head? Just...
This Explorator is blessed with multifunctionality.
My brethren, the dawn is nigh. The Optimates will guide us to a new existence. Yes, yes, dear brethren. Have a taste of my steel. Oh, I long for this, my dear brethren. Thank the throne! Noble looking faces. Thought we were gonna die here with these nutters. Old man with a gap-toothed smiles while drops his weapon and holds out his hand in a placating gesture. Don't shoot us, your nobleness. Let's speak a word. Okay, why shouldn't I kill you? Here's the deal. We're honest, quiet inmates. We didn't want to riot. Well, sitting it out wasn't really an option either. War's lapdogs made short work of those who refused to join the festivities, so we had to, play along. That's all it was, play. Never meant no offense to Governor Medina, nor the lawful authority of House Winterscale. Give us a chance, eh? We just won't wait till everything blows over. We go back to our cells and quietly do the rest of our time. Does the fact that this serf is presently confined and therefore has previously betrayed the trust the Imperium servants need to be vocalized? Or is it evident to the late persons uninitiated in sacred mysteries of logic? Lordborn's speech is mottled colors to conceal his true, darker hues. Old man has a long history of lies. He's used his wiles on us as well. But I see no foul corruption or ill intent in his words. Tell me more. Pah, why soil your tongue talking about that heretic? If you insist, here's how it is. Warden of this here prison, Honorable Master Castelgia, was a crackpot from the start. Previous warden ran things the proper way. Prayer, 1 meal a day, work, a punch in the chompers from the guards, work again. But the new one, do you know what his first decree was? He introduced lunches and dinners. By the 9 devils, that's 3 meals a day. The man was obviously stark raving mad. Things only went downhill from there. Guards quit it with teeth punching. The warden forbade them. Instead, overseers started counting which prisoners were digging up more things in the quarry, or swinging their pickaxes harder or whatnot, and then, would you believe it, put together a list of the best workers. If someone on that list also showed good behavior, that's when they'd get promoted to an optimate. That's the upper crust among us jailbirds. Well, that's what it was at first. Then the warden decided it's the optimates, not the guards, who'd be in charge of the punishments, and that it wasn't the overseer's job to watch the prisoners work. It was the optimates. Well, let me tell you, that's when these goody two-shoes really started to shine. Guards aren't even in the same league as our dear fellows, the optimates. In the old days, we had maybe 5 or 10 stiffs kicking it a week. Now, well, now we're lucky if it's only 50. That was even the end of it. Warden Castelia moved out of his chambers to live right in the quarry, under the dome. And I think something in his new home really scrambled his brain. He began spouting the wildest things, like the optimists are saints who behold the truth. He started taking them to the quarry. Not all of them returned. The ones who did, you wouldn't recognize them. More beast than man. We're butchering people left and right, even guards and overseers. Ward himself had armed them. And that's the whole sob story. But I knew it from the moment he let us have the dinners. Oh, this won't end well. Well, Condon's right. Whenever nobles start giving handouts to commoners, something always goes wrong. I mean, that with all due respect, your lordship, no offense intended. Alright, if I spare you, what do I get? How can lowly jailbirds hope to thank your noble self? Ah, I have an inkling. You see, us here, we're, how should I put this, different from the rest of the prisoners in this place. They're all petty thieves from Reckham Norris, debtors, gutter snipes. There's no one serious. Now we, your nobleness, are cut from a different cloth altogether. We're fortune seekers from the void. Why don't we tell you we're on Footfall Station? You know Footfall, only shipyard and best market in all the Coronis expanse. Yes, so we're on Footfall. Find some very serious business-minded people, and I can get yourself a very special discount from them on some very special goods. Well, the most serious kind, your nobleness. You ever heard of the Fellowship of the Void? The largest pirate alliance in the expanse. No leader, of course, but there are some terribly serious captains who decide that cutting each other's throats over loot was, what do you call it, counterproductive. Cutting throats together, now that's anti-counterproductive. And well, their joint efforts leave them with an excess of spoils, so they need to dispose of it somehow. And I, your nobleness, just happen to know someone who handles such of the dealings on behalf of those very serious people. Alright, I'll spare him. I could use inquiry and business venture. Oh, so great to hear your nobleness. Just wait. Now there's a true aristocrat, not that warden creep. Now that your nobleness, where was I? If you're ever on Footfall Station, there's this district there, Shadow Quarters. Call it that because it's located behind the statue of our holiest emperor. I've known folks who call it something else, also on account of it being behind the statue. Don't repeat the mistakes, I tell you. Reverend Hieronymus wasted no time finding and burying them all. Forgive an old man for getting distracted. So, Footfall, the Shadow Quarters. There's a bar there, built in the remains of an old ship. In that bar, in the back of the room, a certain Riza does her business. Tell her Grandpa Bachval says hello. You'll be her favorite client in the blink of an eye. There we are. Well, your noblesse. We can go if you don't mind. Let's see. I'll not leave you to die in the hands of the Warden Sandsburn. Go, tell my pilot that as the Lord Captain's orders you be sent to my ship. Join my ship's crew. You'll have personal pardon as a rogue trader. That's the nice thing to do. Or, after all this, I can change my mind and kill him. Or, just, yeah, you can go. Yeah, sure, just, off you go, off you pop. Will do, your noblesse. Old man smiles slyly and leaves. I wouldn't. How would I convince somebody watching 150 lore videos of Warhammer lore for a D&D session? I wouldn't. You don't need to watch that much lore videos for a D&D session.
Let's seize the opportunity.
My success is an irrefutable certainty.
There's like 2 videos you need to watch. 3 videos you need to watch, I would say. Three videos you need to watch, each about an hour long, and that'll get you everything you need to know. Anything else you should be able to explain in layman's terms to the people.
This explorator is blessed with
Embrace
multifunctionality.
true power.
The machine god grants me insight.
I told you, Evie. They're hiding so much from us. Arrogant mentors, holy brothers and sisters. What have they ever given us? Nothing but a pile of fibs and useless admonitions. The voice of the man standing with his back to you sounds almost soft, heedless of everything but what is in front of him. He leans over a prisoner dressed in expensive clothing. But Aurora, she is different. She spoke with me like no one ever had before, revealed the truth to me, and now I can reveal it to you. If you just stop struggling for 1 minute, what? Man finally realizes he's not alone and turns to you, clutching a long, thin metallic rod with blood dripping off it. We have guests? From the Von Valencia ship, I would wager. Evie, my dear, they'll have to wait. Do not faint, I beg of you. It's important you feel everything, including your other eye. Rowan's words are suddenly drowned out by a chorus of voices in your head, an entity that still dwells in the recesses of your mind, rejoices in the cacophony of cries. This place holds great significance for the entity, and the frantic chanting of the voices. You can almost make out the words that speak of an ancient grave that was one that was open, for it contained a priceless treasure, most coveted prize that was retrieved by the faithful after centuries-long search. Such dreadful shades. Colors of this place, the putrescent to the core, its people. Colors are ooze of madness, despair, pain, doom. Let's see, who is this Aurora? Oh, so you managed to barge in here and interfere with the prophetess's designs, even knowing she is? It's too late now. You'll never attain sight. All you can do is accept your fate. Suddenly stirs like a predatory beast. Do not like it when people take the prophet Aurora's name in vain. I desire death, enemy of the truth. The time for words is past. Optus, give your power to the harbinger of Aurora. Let our foes see the truth and become washed in blood.
Your existence is naught but ashes.
I will take you down.
guides me. I shall repay your strike, shan't I?
A dance of blades and shadows. Anything else? Why did I not foresee this?
Oh, I tried to kill the enemy. I hurt myself. The wiles of the warp. I shot at the enemy, and the shot reverberated in my own brain.
I'll do it.
Hold on. Purpose guides me. What a satisfying demise. Rend the flesh, shatter the spirit. I need no guidance.
Emperor, give me strength. Isn't this a job for the serfs?
The Omnissiah knows all, comprehends all. Activate calculated fury algorithm. Running binary override.
So in this battle, you have to destroy all of those lenses, because they're going to keep reviving the boss whenever you kill him.
Death to the weak. Pathetic.
I bring mercy and retribution. What is this foreboding? But of course.
Flesh is weak, yet iron knows no pain.
This is a lens right here in the middle I'll have to get to.
The enemies of the Emperor will be undone! As the Emperor commands, I act. Doubt is for the weak. I will bathe this battlefield in righteous fury.
2 down, 1 to go. Genta's lighting it up, man.
This is unacceptable.
Let's make it quick.
Oh, I won't be able to leap. Did I leap last round? I must have.
Purpose guides me. One step closer.
Battlefields are always drowned in scarlet. Me? If you insist, Lord Captain. I'm not accustomed to being ordered around.
Come on, max damage. There we go. You pray to the Omnissiah for the max damage. You get the max damage.
Out of my way!
Anything else? What an unfortunate turn of fate. Will do.
Was that you? Or... Stop mocking me.
Guided by faith. Faith without deeds is worthless.
Eradicated.
I don't care how low my hit percentage is. I have all the bullets. 19% chance to hit. Yeah, well, I have 16 chances to shoot. I think I'll be okay.
Whispers, guide my hand. I will delight my masters with your demise. I will triumph. Ruin beckons. Purpose a blood-soaked tribute.
Love the DLC class. I don't believe we've properly introduced. Blood is bubbling on the young man's lips, and his voice is barely audible. Even now it remains melodious and quite courteous. Avern Winterscale of Cronus. Greatly pleased to make your acquaintance. On the rare days that Lord Winterscale visited Arc 5, the station was awash in a mist of warm hues. We were forbidden from meeting each other. I was delighted still to see such rare colors in my home. Now, however, his colors are darkening, twisting from pain and bitterness. We must help Lord Captain, must save the clarity of his soul, for he whose presence makes the world a little brighter deserves no less. Lady Cassia, I presume, sacred child of Horus Celio, how disgraceful it is that on the day we finally meet, I find myself not at my best. There is no disgrace in your predicament, Lord Winterscale. Your captain and I met under similarly dreadful and tragic circumstances. You are wounded and need help. Preserve your strength. Wounded, I would have phrased it altogether differently. Tortured and maimed, perhaps, but have you ever had your eyes burned out? This was my first time. Can I say I recommend the procedure? He's either trying to make light of the situation or growing delirious from the pain. What have they done to you? The warden, my friend, tried to convince him to stop the riot. Diplomacy failed. Father hates diplomacy, which is why I had to try. I will see to it that assistance is provided to you. You are escorted from here. Nods, giving in to oblivion. Attacks with this sword cost 1 extra AP, which really hurts. On hit, this sword attack inflicts the Disturbed effect for 2 rounds. If the target of the attack is already suffering from Disturbed, the attack deals an additional 2 damage to this target. What's Disturbed? Each attack inflicts -10 to willpower or fellowship tests. Like, there could have been a trade-off that you might have seen a need for it in when the game initially launched, but DLC weapons that's given you and that's put in Act 1 make that just a terrible weapon.
The world will bow. Intriguing.
Alright, this place is filled with heresy. Let's get out of here. It's heresy I do not inflict. So we go.
Let's seize the opportunity.
The belly has been crushed. I have news of your lord. Is Lord Winterskill alive? Is he alright? He is safe in one piece. I shall receive him as a guest on my ship. So ready the shuttle. Sir, it done, your lordship. Thank you for the good news. And we out. Side quest complete. Well, you're Lord Captain. Not very noticeable, but those voice ships saying in the local asteroid field. Sure, it's quiet. Like it's huddled up there on purpose. It's not like I'm surprised. I think it's more scrap heap than ship at this point. Somebody sure went to town on it, registering critical damage to the hull and depressurization on several compartments. Oh, there's an incoming transmission now, too. Hear us? Do not require assistance. Pete, do not require assistance. Copy? Keep following. They'll pass by, won't they? Protects. Captain, I'm told our augurs cannot determine the allegiance of the vessel. Be brief. There's an unidentified, badly damaged vessel with an asteroid field near the Picati Philia colony that is using help. Which, not to put too fine a point on it, has not been offered to them. Let the vessel identify itself. Yes, Captain. Connection established. Unknown vessel, we're receiving you. Identify yourselves. Identify yourselves. Brief moment, the Vox only hisses and snaps, then several voices at once start shouting over one another. Don't tell, we're done for. This is Thunderfang. We are, one of the voice falters uncertainly replaced by another. Merchant vessel, do you copy? We are a private merchant vessel. Merchant vessel, of course they are. Damn my stupid head. Where did I hear this name before? Thunderfang? Report damage to the unknown vessel. Blah blah blah. Badly damaged. What happened to you? Vox responds by bursting a cacophony of sounds, words, and emotions. Someone chuckles bitterly, another swears with some foul expletive, another hisses furiously, demanding that the other shut up. Managed to make out a little from all the noise. We'll fly my own business straight out of the blue and open fire. Miracle we could get away. Emperor protected. More fire. Who? Voidosu. Roasted our tail. Bombed everything. Folks, our folks. Left without help. Never got to them. Can you not identify yourselves? Certainly not. Thunderfang, now stop playing games, explain again what your business here, and this time I highly recommend the truth. Happy now? What have you done, idiot? It's too late now. Boxshell is again filled with angry and whispering in several voices. You copy? We're from the Fellowship of the Void. Did not come here to loot on different business. To help our own out of jail. Do not hurt. Release. We have We already had our Kronos cleaned. How about striking a deal? Our hold is full of plunder and goods. He's our warlord captain. Fellowship of the Void is a disorderly assembly of Okay, explaining what the Fellowship of the Void are. We were just told that already. I would wait on destroying the vessel if I were you. Although morale aspects of their livelihood do cause some awkward questions, Fellowship of the Void remains a major supplier of goods to the local market. Perhaps you'll find dealing with them more acceptable, especially in a situation where performing a warp jump is impossible. Prepare for commercial exchange! Oh, pirates! Guys want to trade? Oh, look, we have a flamer for Argenta. Ooh, 12% dodge reduction to where's melee area attacks. Axes we can't really use, but we could give it to Abelard before we use him. It's a pretty nice axe. Wait, the Veil Render. 4 swords, so it would be for the Inquisitor, who I'm not going to use on this playthrough. For obvious reasons, I'm not going to use the Inquisitor on my Heretical playthrough. Each crit scored with this sword increases Veil degradation by +0. The next attack with this sword deals more damage. I'm sure that's based on your psychic rating or your willpower, something like that. Pretty decent two-handed sword. Armor penetration is really good. Ooh, when the wearer targets an ally would bring it down. The ally gains an additional action point. That's really good. But aside from the Veil Render, which wouldn't be for this playthrough, I only need to get to Rep 1 for anything. Ooh, a chain. That's a nice chainsword. Trade off 1 max damage for 5% more armor pen rating for the one-handed sword, but crit damage plus 25%. Yeah. Power Maul would be good for Abelard. Oh, they're like heretical trophies. And Xenos artifacts. Of course they would like Xenos artifacts. I do not have any Xenos artifacts for them yet. Or jewelry, for that matter. Fuel? Can I give them fuel? I don't really care about getting to Rep 1. I like how in this game it's just all reputation, and because your money is supposed to be so large, you don't even deal with money. You just deal with rep value and your profit factor. Profit factor is like profit margins. So you just get to buy out the entire shops once you hit certain rep levels. It's a very interesting way of doing mercantilism. Very interesting way to do that. I'm not sure what this astropathic station is, so we're gonna go here. Astropathic station is dead ahead of the void ship. It's motionless. There is lifeless silence across its Vox frequency. Lights are out. Even those who have no warp sensitivity can feel the presence of death. It's here, lurking in the shadows. All of this makes reading the reports of the ship's astropaths claim to be hearing and casting ghostly hell emanating from the station all the more disturbing. Contact by Vox. Station's not responding. Perhaps there's no one left who could respond. Deploy a scout team. When forces offered their prayers and proceeded to enter the uncanny station. What they saw inside was monstrous. Astropaths upon their thrones. Not quite here, not quite now. Smudged, as it were, across time. Servants reliving the horrible deaths again and again, only to be reborn out of ashes and blood into more agony a moment later. The warp manifested itself here, twisted the very nature of existence. Main hall was covered in a crust of psychic ice. A green-robed blind man sat motionless upon a tall throne, quite literally embedded in the ice, yet he was still alive and screaming. Send Zachary Rice to the station with a squad of bodyguards. Choir Master Rice boarded the ship in person, proceeded to the choir's hall. He stood silently for hours in front of a man frozen in ice, held a telepathic conversation with him. Master Royce offered a prayer to the God Emperor. Unfortunate man passed away. Upon returning to ship, Royce reverently presented Lord Captain with a grim trophy, late choir master's amulet taken from his frozen body after his death. The denial of nightmares. If worn by a psyker, grants immunity to horrors of the warp effect. Wow, that's huge. The psychic shriek carrying across the Immaterium has been silenced, but this has brought the crew no relief. Chilling realization came to the Astropaths when they discovered that the cry was masking a different sound. One even more terrifying and surreal was the melody of a cataclysm born from a warp storm of titanic power, so intense the entire expanse must be able to hear. It muffles astropathic messages and crawls into Psyker's minds, evoking everywhere the same image, a dark, gaping, beastly mouth cleaving the universe in two. Now that the Mad Choir Master has finally stopped screaming, the song of the Immaterium has reached the Rogue Trader's void ship too. No, order to be explored. Nothing happened. A brief, chilling chronicle of the station's doom was found in the scribe's records. Warp disturbance of monstrous proportions wiped out half the choir at once, turning the Astropaths into living portals through which torrents of the Immaterium's energies poured out. Those who lasted longer bellowed and howled about a black rift that had split the universe into before and after, a darkness that would devour the Astronomicans' light. Seal the station doom is ghostly inhabitants to eternity of suffering. Oh, I feel so bad. Leave the death station all the chilling secrets behind. Well, that's a problem for future me to handle. Not my problem. Oh, the Explorators want heretical trophies just as badly. 500 rep. Now I would just need like a lot more profit factor. Okay. We have one more section of Act 1 to get through.
Powers unseen uncover my path.
Which involves my favorite people. The Adeptus Mechanicus. And they're monks, because monks in this game are fantastic and electrical. Love how this game took that notion of, you ever have an old car that you just pray works when you turn the key to start it? And then this whole faction turned that into a religion. I'm not making that one up.
I tread a path unexplored.
Now, something interesting is that the game actually, like, as you end Act 1, and this is true both for this game
I've
and
read about this.
any game by this company, because they weave the DLC is not all in one chunk, it's weaved throughout the entire game whenever they do DLC for their games. So what ends up happening is your characters end up getting stronger progressively over the course of the game than they would if you didn't have the DLC, which means like the final battle of Act 1 in theory is going to be a little bit easier than it was the first time I played through it because I'm going to have an extra level.
Failure stings. Ah, a bitter taste of defeat. Triumphant, as always. The world will bow. Predictable. Perfection. The world trembles beneath my feet.
Heretics were killed swiftly and ruthlessly, never had time to reach for their weapons.
Glory be to the current of the motive force. May its dulcet light shine in our nospheric coronas. May its vitality nourish our augments. May its purity wash over our imperatives and engrams.
There are no wounds on Herrick's body, but his face contorted in terror, his eyes are bloodshot.
I'm not satisfied with that answer. I will repeat my question again. The last Electro Priest you killed, where did you find him?
Burn in the fire of dawn, servant of the Corpse Emperor!
Another one meets the limit of his utility. The last of them.
The tall, dark young man sizes you up with a quick glance. Supernatural chill is making the air around him crackle softly. The expensive fabric of his jacket is stitched with the golden thread and marked by several reddish-brown stains. For a sword and a vox hang from his belt. Emblem of the Holy Inquisition glitters on his chest. Emperor protects! Please don't hurt
And in
me!
this, we must be like him.
Please don't
My
hurt me!
greetings to you, fellow servant of the Master of Mankind. I am Interrogator Heinrichs van Kalox of the Imperial Inquisition's esteemed Ordo Xenos. With whom do I have the pleasure of speaking?
Shadow. A great big sun-eclipsing, chain-weaving shadow. I can see the threads, myriads of them extending toward us all, and all of them creeping off toward him like snakes, shrouding us in poison. My, oh my, do I sense trouble, and it's right in my throat. It itches.
A puff of black smoke comes out of the Psyker's mouth and dissipates at once.
A Psyker? Interesting. And a diviner at that. Even more interesting. Are you sanctioned?
Don't you Inquisition me! I'm under the Rogue Trader's protection!
She looks at you pleadingly. Dear is a member of my personal retinue and under my protection.
Your retinue, you say? Then let's go back to my previous question. With whom do I have the honor of speaking?
I am the Rogue Trader von Valancius.
Von Valancius? To the best of my knowledge, that dynasty is headed by the esteemed Theodora von Valancius. Has there been a change of circumstances?
She's dead, slain in battle by the enemies of humanity.
The news is lamentable. My condolences. And I presume the heir to the sacred warrant of trade and the lofty title of Rogue Trader is none other than yourself. Well then, what precisely has brought you to the sanctum of the Omnissiah?
I am here to collect you, under orders from the Lord Inquisitor, to offer any assistance you may require, after which I'll provide you safe passage to footfall aboard my ship.
Then the timing of our meeting is fortuitous. I am requisitioning you and your retinue for my task.
Friggin' Inquisitors and their ability to requisition wherever they damn well please.
Starting with her. You have provided exactly the kind of specialist that this situation requires.
Oh, he's pointing to Cabela.
I am the Domin's shadow. If he says the word, I will protect you.
Fish
If
game
he
with the
says
boys.
the
Nice,
word,
Mana. How'd it go?
I
How'd
will
you do?
take you to the Undying One.
To aid his faithful servant in the fight against corruption is the solemn duty of all
Nice.
whose actions affect millions of the Imperium's subjects. Let your example guide those who will carry the Emperor's light across 1,000 stars.
You are familiar with the works of Inquisitor Alistar the Redeemer. Not every acolyte can say the same, let alone people less initiated. Please
Play
forgive my
Roblox
lapse
game
in
where you had
manners,
to
Lady
disguise the
Navigator
NPCs.
Orselio.
Nice.
It is a great honor. Someone by the name of Aurora is leading the rebellion. Data indicates that the head of the cultists is here right now, in the sanctum of the ancient reactor. Given the prophecy of the final dawn, and the special efforts made by the enemies of humanity to seize the monastery, their goal is to gain access to the holy power source's control circuit and trigger a process that, once started, cannot be stopped. In other words, to detonate the reactor, thus being themselves the cause of their much-touted final dawn.
Don't send him too much. You don't want to overwhelm the man.
Blasphemous insanity.
When you said there could be 3 instead of 150, yeah, 150, nobody wants to do that. I don't want to have to watch 150 videos. That's absolutely insane. Yeah, the 3 main overview videos that Ricky does are all you really need. Anything outside of that you should be able to explain in layman's terms, and I'm be like, okay, I get it. Really, it's the main 2 overview videos that he does, which is like 2 hours of viewing. The third one is if you're going to be heavy with Space Marines.
I convinced him to cooperate. I can influence living bodies. And I find that the interrogated are much more eager to share information once the blood starts to boil in their veins. I arrived here with an escort squad, only to lose it in our very first open skirmish. The monastery is swarming with heretics. The soldiers I requisitioned from the governor fell in battle, bled to death, or deserted. I had to make do with catching and forcefully interrogating individual rebels. It is from them that I learned what I relayed to you just now.
Alright, let's join forces.
Regrettably, the governor's people showed themselves to be unprepared for the perils of this place. And extracting blade shards from a person's stomach is beyond my powers. I hope that a rogue trader's retinue will prove more capable than a group of soldiers fresh off the base. I am positive that not all of the electro-priests within these walls have perished. The heretics spoke of shadows emerging from side alleys to make short work of the cultists invading their abode. I surmise that the entrance to their hiding place is somewhere in the hall, near a machine known as the Circular Cogitator. I imagine it's one of the local sacred relics which the electro-priests treat with special piety.
Oh, he's kicking out Cabela. Because, I mean, like, I'm not going to kick out one of my friends. Like, I could get rid of Cassia for Cabela. I could remove Cassia for Cabela. I might do that. Just for now. Don't worry, she's still in. We're not getting rid of her that easily. Oh, hold up. I didn't need to take Psycho Minoris here. Should I have him list 3 or 4 factions you like to play as? You'll write an intro for them. Yeah, mainly watch the 2 Bricky videos to give an overview of humanity and all of the Xenos factions and everything, and see what he wants from there. That I feel like is the best way to do it. A lot of levels to go through for this guy. Because technically I could have gotten him when I was on like level 5. I just chose not to. Enemies next to the Psyker gain suffer 10% more damage. Well, that sounds fantastic. Gain 5% armor every round after the first. That wasn't so hard. And I have a special weapon I can give him. Okay, you can lose the auto pistol. The Soul Siphon. Deals an additional 2 damage because he has a psychic rating of 2. Another sword hits an enemy, lowers veil degradation. Okay. Other than that, it just deals 1 more damage. And gives him extra parry. And looks badass. Look at that thing. Badass looking sword. Really, you're a normal flak vest? Right, that's what I'm saying. Oh, I forgot to give her a flamethrower. For when there's a lot of enemies real close, so now she has a flamethrower and a Gatling gun. You know, staple weapons that any nun should possess. So if you're going to be holy, you might as well use holy fire.
Let's seize the opportunity.
Operation successful.
Oh, did we finally find our, I think we might have actually found, our staff that lets us use, Chain Lightning as a heroic action? We sure did. Gives a bonus 5 willpower over what the previous lightning staff. And now when we have that them goggles, there's some sexy goggles, man. But now when we get our limit break, we can limit break chain lightning.
Embrace true power.
And this game has the inverse of a limit break. Like, your limit break is called a heroic act, but you also have a desperate measure where if you're doing bad enough, you get a limit break.
A revelation was sent to me.
That has different effects associated with it. But if I was like, you're doing really good, here, you can do super attack to strengthen just how good you're doing.
Struggles are in vain.
Come to chaos!
Ah, I forgot about this encounter. This encounter's a pain in my ass.
I serve the ruinous powers! Chaos guides me. Ah!
Request approved. The scriptural prognosis is favorable.
Death to non-believers! Chaos guides me.
Okay, that guy dropped to his knees because he's about to turn into a chaos beast.
As the Emperor commands, I act.
And there's actually 2 of them like that, so let's see what we can do about this.
I'll do it. This is why I was chosen.
And the answer was not much.
As the Emperor commands, I act.
Amidst the carnage, I find purpose. One step closer. I will triumph. Death shall reign. Your efforts amuse me.
Oh, I misremembered what that move did. Whoopsies.
For the throne's glory.
As the tenets demand. I shall not. Trust me. Come. The other side awaits. The shadows will see it done. Cover me!
No turning into a chaos demon for you. I am not dealing with that shit.
Death to the weak.
And that's why I don't like this encounter. Is that electrical field. Because that electrical field moves every turn. And I forget where it moves to. I just know it hurts. A lot.
As the tactical imperative dictates.
I'm not injured. I'm enraged.
Faith without deeds is worthless. I'll do it. Doubt is for the weak. God Emperor, move through me. Be the fire in my heart. As the Emperor commands, I act.
Through chaos, I stride.
Ah, I hit the wrong button. I can't do anything anyway. There's 3 enemies left. So far away.
I'll put my psychic abilities to use. Let's see to it. I won't object to it.
Do I be ballsy and just heroic act right here and run forward?
Someone's death wish is mine to grant.
Answer is yes, I do.
Get me a target. Let's see to it. Be gone.
You know what? Oh, I only have 2 attacks left. Yeah, I gotta run all the way to this guy.
The Emperor is
I was
on
gonna
our
say,
side.
like, maybe I can kill the guy to the right and the guy all the way back, but I didn't have enough
But of
actual
course,
attack
I'm
to do
done
it.
with this one. I need a foothold.
Just charge on through. And she can't quite reach.
There is movement in the Empyrean.
Explorators know one route. Forward.
A blood-soaked tribute.
You are authorized.
Did I mention that my whispers tell me jokes? Jokes that
Sins hidden in the heart turn all to decay.
Powers unseen uncover my path.
What ails you?
It's very easy to like pretty much kill your party right here. If you don't take them individually. Okay guys, single file, one at a time, use the buddy
Favor
system.
prevails.
My success is an irrefutable certainty.
Intriguing. Predictable.
the dead know nothing, and neither do the ignorant.
This Explorator is blessed with multifunctionality.
My need to loot everything trumps the dangers in the area, for I am a good loot goblin, and all must be looted.
I tread a path unexplored.
Over.
You gotta loot it at all. No matter what dangers there are, you must always
Operation
loot.
successful.
The world trembles beneath my feet.
A crowd of cultists has surrounded a tech priest crucified upon a mechanism. A rhythmic whisper repeated by 100 voices blends into some blasphemous enchantment. Powerful discharges of the motive force run through the machine, causing the unfortunate person's body to convulse brutally, forcing woeful cries of pain from his lips. Deputy Hor's voice echoes under the ceiling, in the clenched claws of stagnation, the shackles of Iteration Zero, under the iron wing. Let the cycle be discontinued. Pascal's Mechandra sprang into combat mode instantly, and a wrathful rattle comes from the rocks. I am registering a severe violation of the Purity Protocol. The Blessed Amarat has been captured by heretics and is being tortured. How is he bearing the torture? A devotee of the Omnissiah is capable of withstanding great bodily torment with no loss of functionality. But where flesh reinforced with sacred iron will persevere, the purity of spirit may perish. I hypothesize heretics have made the Blessed Amarats a participant in some variety of sacrilegious ritual. Through sacrilegious torture, they are trying to break his will and turn him into an unholy terminal with which to control the reactor's outer power circuit. Heretics have taken up positions everywhere, and many more are doubtlessly hiding in passages leading out of the hall. For now, they're all focused on the sacrilegious torture of the tech priest and do not notice you. You sure we got the right guy? Confirmed. I do not observe his face, but I recognize his words. That the cycle be discontinued is the Blessed Amarnat's motto. Well, we must save him without risking his life. Kandrit points to the corpses of heretics lying nearby. We can use the blasphemer's clothing as a disguise. Unrecognized, we can sabotage the power units, overloading them and thus cleansing the Hall of Heretics. Lightning discharges have charred the cultist corpses. Wisps of smoke rise from their empty eye sockets, whose contents have evaporated. Their clothes, covered in the blood of innocents, are cruelly painted over with emblems of the archenemy, which exude a repulsive air of soul decay. I sure was disgusted at the mere thought of having to touch clothing adorned with unholy symbols. Let alone wear it. This is the first step toward falling, a small compromise with evil that will lead to something greater. Is there truly no other way, Rogue Trader? Signs of the arch enemy are not just painted symbols, but conductors of its will. The words of their prayers, even spoken without faith, their coat of arms, even deceitfully worn. All this increases the presence of the ruinous powers near you and draws a corrupting attention to you. With a look of revulsion, Abella picks up one of the rags at the tip of her blade. Nothing but your word, Doman Zeverax, can make me don this filth. Once we're done, I will scrape my skin clean with a metal brush and bathe in caustic Lee. What is the essence of your plan? Utter a litany of evacuation for the power units from the Lumen Deacon's command. It's Light Source. He's gonna pray at the circuit breaker. Grantham will direct the motive force created by the blessed reactor into the hull. The distribution servitor is keeping its output within set parameters, but upon receiving an order to increase it to peak values, it'll turn this place into an electric trap. Safety system protecting the hull is controlled from the machine altar, which must be disabled. If all these operations are performed, I can guarantee that not a single blasphemer will survive the Omnissiah's wrath that will be unleashed upon this place. You would disgrace yourself by donning tainted rags? The only unbearable disgrace is that of a duty unfulfilled. The rest is merely spiritual attrition. I like how you have two heretical options here. You can either laugh and say, you wonder what it's like to walk in a mile in a heretic's shoes, or you can be disgusted, like, should we pass on the chance to kill them with our own hands? Forget it. I'm not missing out on the fun. You can be conniving evil or murder hobo evil. We'll be conniving evil. I pray the Omnissiah gives the blessed Amarna enough fortitude. Heretic garb clings to your skin like greedy leech. Tingling and foul fever spread over your body, as though these tatters have imbibed the vile contents of the former wearer's soul.
Embrace true power.
Would you look at that?
The altar is adorned with gilded skulls. Threads of metal that used to be electrodes are fused to the bone. Once majestic, the altar has now been desecrated with blasphemous images of blue-green suns. Some of its levers and buttons have been pried from their sockets, but the mechanism still glorifies the Omnicide with its operation. I identify this as safety system control altar. For our diversion to succeed, a blessed machine must be executed. May the Spirit forgive us. Cause it to overload.
Let's seize the opportunity.
Grim-looking heretic walks up to you, resolutely blocking your path. As he studies your disguise with suspicion, you know his left eye has two conjoined irises, while his right eye has four. I don't know you. Who are you? Why have I met you before? Perhaps the Master has blinded your eyes to trifles, so you may behold what is true. Your reply, imbued with mystical significance, is evidently to the cultist's likings. He smiles haughtily and says, "May our Master blind you too, brother."
Intriguing.
Heavy crown of golden neural augments rests upon the servitor's head. Crown is bent and broken from ruthless gun blows. Pale body is covered in blasphemous inscriptions carved into the withered flesh. I identify this accolade as a distribution servitor. Resting upon its traces of sacrilegious violation of the right of operation. Probability of its responsiveness to commands is below average. Let him conduct the restart ceremony. For the glory of the Omnissiah, let this machine spirit sleep, that may awaken and serve again. I hit the reset button. I powered it down, powered it back up. Let out the neural connection circuit. Be plunged into darkness. Let the command response hub fall silent. Pascal switches to Benharic speech, accompanying his every action with a line from sacred hymn. It's amazing how the reverent awe in the tech priest's voice can be discerned even through his rallying vox. Suddenly every layer in the servitor's crown comes alive, ready to serve. Energize all his powers maximum. Will be done. Yeah, I love how like all the litanies and all the incantations and stuff that the tech priest does will essentially boil down to stuff like, I powered it down, waited 30 seconds, then powered it back up, or I banged on the machine until it worked. But they pray while they do it. Tech priest's corpse, his throat slit, sits upon a splendid command throne laced with finely wrought motive force paths. A contorted expression of righteous anger is frozen on his face. A black blindfold covers his eyes. This is the Lumen Deacon's command throne. This is where the power unit evacuation and shutdown litanies are recited from. Blessed Lumen Deacon himself has the honor of closing the circuit the force flows through. I'm about to be greatly honored or greatly charred. Maybe both. As soon as you lay your hands on Commander's throne panels, a painful sting of electricity numbs your senses for an instant. Fingers cramping, your vision grows dim. Forgive us, Omnissiah, for such gross violation of the right of operation. Repeat the litany after me, and activate the command runes I point to. I wanted to do the thing! I could have just had Pascal do it, but I wanted to be special. And just like that, by being a heretic, we avoided an encounter.
The Emperor sets my path. Be strong. Greater trials lie ahead.
I'll remember this.
Like, it would have been hard because of how strong they were. It would have been hard because of how many of them there were. Look at all these enemies. Literally swarming the place.
My success is an irrefutable certainty.
Powers unseen uncover my path.
Tech Priest isn't going anywhere, he's just hanging out. In the cycles of the foreordained, there lurks a flaw of worship. Tech Priest's body convulses. Pain, plaintive creaks, and Benharic prayers come from his box. As moments pass, the signal becomes less and less clear, as if something twisted and wrong were being added to it. As studies Tech Priest's face carefully, his vox system moans in a tragic vibrato. Subject unidentified. This is not the blessed Amarnat. Stranger, I request your name. How do you know my mentor's motto? There are deep burns all over his flesh, and the skin around his augments is charred. Blasphemous spells have been carved into his sacred iron, forming unholy litanies of scrap code. It is amazing how robust the Tech Priest's life support systems have been proven to be in maintaining a spark of life in his grievously wounded body. Yes, who are you? The fire of the earth sent forth sparks. The name of this spark is Abel Hanneman. Tech Priest looks over at Pascal. For a brief moment, his speech becomes clear. Echo of my call has reached you. Good. The iteration is at its end. The design is fulfilled. Mystic Momo Jumbo! What design? Why are you calling yourself by my name? Was it you who summoned me to Recommendorus? What for? I categorically demand an answer. His voice rises to an intimidating howl. The delirious Tech Priest does not seem to understand what he's saying. What design? The intention, both bold and honorable, open new gates for the waters of knowledge and comprehension. A plan written so that the righteous may follow, and trust in great pattern revelation and uniform progression towards it. Pascal's voice trembles with elation. Those are his words. I've not heard them in so very long. Ask him about Amarnat. Came because of him, after all. No. He came because of himself. Myself? To redeem myself. Correct a mistake? Possibly, but how do you... There's a look of gentle condescension in Abel's eyes. Strange, given the circumstances. The hubris of the mind spurs him to build monuments to himself. Do not regret, for all is predetermined by the iteration. Devastating coughing fit cuts him off. You hear a clang of tearing metal from inside his chest. A cold premonition rakes the heart. Probabilities are dark and frightening. Brother, I do not wish to gaze into them. We are the flame of knowledge that drives the darkness away. Pascal is quickly inspecting Abel's wounds, paying no mind to the blood and secret ugnance staining his sleeves. His vox raps soothingly. Do not fear what is to come, brother. We are already here. Do you know him? The subject has not been identified. There is no record in my catalog. Interrogation is impossible due to the subject's evident affective state of clouded consciousness. As soon as you touch the tech priest's battered flesh, he shifts his gaze to you and says with sudden clarity, Many sparks have gone out, but not all. The electric shepherds are alive. In the darkness, I heard their prayers. Find them, save them, recite the hymn, a contact restoration, so you may behold what is hidden. A blast of mirror force runs down the tech priest's body, and his face contorts in mocking grimace. Malformed and hard code, repulsively drawing on the ears, pours out of his vox. Information archived to the effect of the circuit restoration hymn is our entrance password to the Electro Priest's hiding place. I note with great sorrow that the circuit's ritual has been partially successful. Tech Brother has been tainted by corruption. He's in grip of a schismatic, unholy imitation of a machine spirit. Request immediate activation of Technosorism protocol. Cabela gives Pascal a long look, her eyebrow raised in silent question. Pascal responds with an equally long silence and creaks. Thank you for your cooperation. Request denied. The Catechism demands that this act be performed by an authorized unit. I'd rather leave him as he is. There must be some purpose to whatever ritual he's taking part in. Request denied. We are not granting him salvation, that at least grant him a merciful deactivation. Mangled as is, the tech priest's body still clings to life. It takes several blows to end his corruption-tainted existence. Even after that, a repulsive giggle is heard over the stack of his vox. Pascal's mechandrite touches the dead man's head carefully, grips his neural augment in his claw, and extracts it from his socket with the utmost care. Skullbone cracks dryly, and brain matter taints the sacred metal. Rest in purity, Tech Brother. The knowledge you have attained through your efforts will be preserved and purified. O Captain, Omnissiah commands a pious mind to strive towards uncovering the truth. Therefore, I will not stop till I find my mentor and understand his connection to this servant of the machine god. Request the privilege of joining your retinue as a rightful companion. Offer to fulfill duties of an engine seer on your ship in exchange for the right to follow you and conduct my own investigation. And now he's a permanent member of my party. Permanently. If I wasn't evil, there was a way to save that tech priest. My dogmatic playthrough, that guy lives to the end of the game.
My feet.
Which is interesting how, like, lasting the effects of your choices are in games like this.
Darkness lurks beyond the bright flashes. No, two darkness. One streaked with red, with clanking shackles and false preaching. The other a bilious yellow, the tang of roiling blood and screams of pain.
Let's seize the opportunity.
The machine god grants me insight.
Pilgrim, only the words of the first galvanic hymn will reveal to you the gifts hidden behind the veil of knowledge. Now chant with me. Let's sing this canticle to... Pascal, how does this hymn go? Pascal's vox lets out a noisy grunt as if he's clearing his throat, but then stops abruptly. After a brief pause, he averts his gaze and says in a raspy voice, It's not known to me. Only high-ranking servants at shrines of energetic prosperity are permitted to perform the first galvanic hymn. Google knows the first galvanic hymn. Google's smart like that. Now I remember taking like 30 minutes to figure this out last time, and then resorting to Google. The Omnissiah, from whom the holy discharge springeth forth. Verse 2 calls to you, pilgrim. Let us fill our souls with gratitude toward the arcane key that closeth the circuit. Now finish this prayer, pilgrim. May the unity of sacred charges power crap. Immortal reason that hath created the spark. Verily so. A pilgrim who has learned our ways is worthy of the gifts to be enlightened. The thing I clicked on had the last one wrong, so I had to take a guess.
Intriguing.
And now we get a lightning rifle, aka Tesla gun. Which I actually don't like as much as the plasma pistol. Surprisingly enough. I'd gain like 2 damage on the max, but I lose 20% armor pen. I don't like that. Like, the trade-off just isn't worth it.
I tread a path unexplored.
You'll be purified by the motive force, blasphemer.
The absurdity of your struggle.
You have been
amuses
ambushed
me.
by electro priests. Ah, this gonna hurt.
Rejoice in battle! Faith without deeds is worthless.
I deal 1 to 2. This is what I was talking about. This is what I was talking about. I deal 1 to 2 damage a bullet.
This is why I was chosen.
And they're immune to electric damage, so my lightning staff doesn't hurt them at all.
Will do. Pain cleanses the body.
And they heal from the lightning.
I need no guidance. Death shall reign.
Thankfully, they have their to hit really low.
Everyone, step aside. I won't object to it.
Death comes in silence. As honor ordains. As a tenet's death is a blessing. I shall not fail.
Running binaric override. My vow is to serve.
As the Emperor commands, I act. I'll do it.
Anything else?
What a satisfying demise.
Okay, my team is strong for here. Circuit Cogitator. Electro Priest's hiding place must be nearby. Yeah, they won't have to kill those Electro Priests. They're so much stronger on the tabletop than that.
Power.
They're so much stronger on the tabletop. Machine Alter accepts Contact Circuit. And there we go. A short, muscular man wearing the scarlet colors of the priesthood of Mars steps into your path. Wrinkles on his cheek and his forehead point to his propensity for frequent outbursts of fierce anger. But right now, he's showing no signs of aggression. Glowing blue patterns of electric tattoos, or electus, show through his oddly bluish tinted skin. A tight bandage covers the man's eyes, yet he turns his face straight towards you with no hesitation. He has a sharp, screeching voice, not unlike a bird's cawing. May the charge of the Omnissiah's mercy persist in the hands of the faithful. May the motive force persist in their batteries. I, the rogue traitor, Von Valancius, declare this monastery under my protection. The man bows his head. The motive force brought you here at the right time, Pilgrim. Like he just ignores me. I am the rogue traitor, I'll have you know. Lecture priest. Eh? The hollow electrodynamics and opium receives you, Pilgrim. I am Dar Pulse 6, a server of the motive force and praetor electorate of this sacred monastery. Pascal bows humbly before the man. A trill of Benhark's signals come from his vox, to which the praetor responds with a solemn gesture of blessing. Pascal turns to you and says, "The rank of Praetor Electroid is a sign of high standing within the Electro Priest fraternity. To have been granted an audience is a great honor." The Praetor Electroid looks at Cabela and gives a dignified nod. "You've brought an assassin. Good. She will find much work here. Are you ready for new toils, Blessed Slayer?" "Always. Can it be any other way?" I like how they integrate in DLC characters from the beginning of the game, as if they belonged in the game the whole time. Like, it's so seamless. Let's see, what is this relic they're hiding? It would be pointless to describe the miraculous fusion reactor. Only through beholding... Oh, hey there, Panda. Thank you for lurking. I like that heart emote. Very nice. Only through beholding its ferocious power can one comprehend its blessed essence and fear the might of the Omnissiah. Its core was found 4,000 years ago and delivered to Recomendaris by the holy warrior of faith, Locke Impulse I, during one of his campaigns. A sacred spark has not gone out for an instant. The walls and power units of the Cenobium have been erected around the relic in order to protect it from ignorant laypeople, as well as protect them from its formidable might. Pascal keeps his solemn silence. The quick clicking of his mechandroid's claw betrays excitement at being so close to a secret archaeotech. Our faith imposes a duty of obedience on us. Every Electro Priest is given numerous Electros that combine in a blessed Voltgeist circuit, allowing a feeble flesh to withstand the might of the motive force. That is why our skin glows with light, and our eyes boil and melt when we are ordained. Omnisci's tears is what we call this phenomenon. This dying away of unworthy flesh, as we shun the layperson's primitive means of looking at the world and gain the ability to sense the motive force around us with our entire bodies. So they kind of have like a version of sonar, like Daredevil levels of being able to see. Look, it's an entire group of people who have Daredevil's way of seeing with electrified punches in bodies. Why are you calling me a pilgrim? Only those lay people who desire to experience the motive force are allowed to cross the monastery's threshold. All others are profaners and criminals. You do not belong to the fraternity of Electro Priests, but your intentions are good. If you were not seeking the Omnissiah's wisdom, then it was the motive force itself that brought you here to find it. Oh, dramatic only. So, as a dramatic, if you were following in the Emperor's light, you could have them help you in the next battle. Arc is hidden from Pilgrim's eyes. Considering the extraordinary circumstances of your visit to this monastery, I grant you that right. The hall that leads to the High Reliquary has been barred by the enemy, but I will open a secret path for you. Enter the Ark and experience the motive force, Pilgrim. We will pray to the security systems that they may refrain from punishing you for your intrusion.
Powers unseen uncover my path.
Here. What's that? Do you see that?
Oh, let me get a buff after I'm clear through this area. Gain 50% armor against shock damage. All shock attacks deal half damage, essentially.
The world will bow.
Which will be super useful in the upcoming battle, actually. It's gonna be super useful. I kind of remember really not enjoying this encounter. It's so stressful.
I see the forbidden.
From what I recall.
The world trembles beneath my feet.
Maybe it'll be easy this time. I am stronger than I was before. The face of the woman who stands before you is hidden behind a grotesque barred mask. The voice pouring out beneath it belongs to someone else. It is the husky, somber face of a void wolf, a border of ships. How predictable your path is. Have static. All the possible deaths you have skirted, only to perish here, in the fiery tempest that will mark the final dawn. Or returns to Master Pascal and Blizz. You arrived just in time, little cog. The schismatical is your regalia like a mask to the reactor. As a Vox rasps musingly, cog. I cannot comprehend why apostates tried to insult me by comparing me to the sacred symbol of our faith. It is irrational. His visor lights up like a crimson herald of bloodshed, and his drilling mechandrate whirs viciously as it readies to strike. The sacred cog grinds all corruption to dust. From the dust, I will build order. Pascal, announce my arrival. Pascal has that intimidating Ben-Hur trill announced grimly. With the omnicized blessing, the rogue traitor von Valentius has come before the miraculous fusion reactor, seeking to perform purification and eradicate the corruption. All unauthorized persons are hereby ordered to lay down their arms and humbly accept their punishment. Humility is the lot of the meek. I am a harbinger of great changes, and visions of the great cataclysms to come have incinerated what humility I had in my heart. Woman's voice breaks and shifts to a different pitch and timbre, a martyr's voice, young, fervent, and in pain. My time has all but run out. I can hear the fist of the future knocking on the door of the present. Choose quickly what you want to be when it walks in. A blind slave to what is gone, faithful servant to what is to come, or a corpse. I would take time to wrest from you the details of the future of that cult processes. Hopefully when we're done, what's left of you will still be capable of coherent speech. What you'll be is a living torch blazing for our glory. I don't think it's wise to declare myself Chaos's favorite in front of a Sister of Battle and a member of the Inquisition. Something tells me that's not the smartest play. But I'm gonna do it anyway. But let's just ask her some questions. Why are you blinding people? Do you think they're blind? See far more than you do. Through reflections and mirrors blessed by energies in Materium, Edge of Daybreak reveals to them visions of true existence, gives them glimpses of what is to come. The eyes lie. Our erstwhile masters have taught them to see only what is consistent with the lies they tell. Yet we give us that true sight. Woman takes a glass prism out of the folder cloth and looks at you through it with a mocking chuckle. Prism bluish pink sheen imprints itself on your retinas as though it has been burned into them. Guess what I see when I look at you? Your own death. You just haven't recognized it yet. Remember its face. In that case, you should consider losing the eyes too, sister, because your visions are all wrong. Whispers are telling me something completely different about who dies here and now. Won't spoil the surprise, so let's just say it'll come as quite a shock to you. Who is this Edge of Daybreak? Your unholy patron? He's our teacher, our savior, merciful God born in the Immaterium out of woes of those laboring under a legacy of ignorance and servitude. You cannot see the woman's face behind her mask, her voice is trembling with could be anger or fear. And he spread the word about you, Von Valencius, interloper who got in Brother Twilight's way. I will avenge him. Whose servant are you? Is Urlan a demon or just another heretic? Sounding laughter comes from behind the mask. Your flippancy is so amusing. Why, you have no inkling of the chasm that separates us. He is a prophet who foresaw our impending doom and graciously bestowed upon us the right to choose a different path. He is a shard of ancient wisdom from a time before we were slaves to our bitter designation. Traitor, I cannot wait to close this creature's mouth with the seal of death. Or are you saving this glorious deed for yourself? I'm trying to figure out what the hell is going on, Agenta. You need to calm down. What is the final dawn? Salvation from a death whose name is yet unknown, but whose approach is sensed by many. Soon it will claim every inhabitant of the Cronus Expanse. Do you think anyone will come to our aid when the cataclysms shake our homes and planet-wide genocides are unleashed? Will the Emperor help? With the idol of iron they call the Messiah? No, we will die alone and abandoned. Only one deity is promising salvation, the Edge of Daybreak. Mercy and salvation will come to all who believe in him. Purify their souls in the light of the final dawn. Everyone born in the Imperium has the predestination. The soldier, the commoner, the Administratum official, Technomat, Void Rat, all are consigned to serving the Golden Throne and then dying a grim death for his glory. Imperium never thinks twice about treating people as exploitable and expendable. After all, they are the most easily replenished of all resources. Even your path is predestined, rogue traitor. You will inevitably perish on your quest to expand humanity's domain, and your end will be particularly grim and ghastly. Fruits of your efforts will be enjoyed by others, the eternal aristocrats who dwell on Mars, Terra, and other safe worlds. They insist that this is the natural order of things, but that is a lie. It is an order that befits them. And take a good look. Here we go. Here's where Well, pretty much 2 of my party members should kill me for saying this, but we'll see what happens. Take a good look, Aurora. Predestination has changed. I am your massive favorite. Dare go against his will? What poison you speak, rogue traitor? Interesting choice of words, Zerix. Aurora hesitates. Then a mad woman's hoarse laughter comes from behind the mask. You're no successor, Brother Twilight. Oh no. You're a mere impostor believing himself to be the decider of fate. I deny you! I deny you! Her entire body flinches as if she's been struck. A cough sends a scarlet spatter through the rill of her mask. What is this? Punishment? But for what? I have not renounced the Edge. I cannot be. Execute them at once! Aurora attempts to recite an unholy litany in broken Gothic, but her own voice fails as she is shaken by a violent coughing fit until she can barely breathe. The Electro Priests rip their hands off the command panels, rending the flesh of the stakes that pierce them, and their charismatic-controlled bodies are imbued with motive force's radiance. All the unfortunates can do is scream in horror and plead for a swift death.
Your existence is naught but ashes.
The Masters demand your death!
Something tells me there are going to be long-lasting repercussions for declaring that, just outright declaring my heretical intentions in front of a sister in battle and an Inquisitor. Probably not the smartest thing I've done. Your master bends to my will. Inquisitor, excuse me? Excuse you. Did you just claim you're a heretic right next to me? We're gonna talk about this. I was just joking. Hee hee.
Out of my way! Ah!
What an unfortunate turn of fate.
I serve the ruinous powers!
I bring ruin. I serve the ruinous powers.
Trust me. Come, the other side awaits.
Doom!
Can I fall back now?
Vengeance will be swift.
Purpose guides me. A blood-soaked tribute. I will triumph. Purpose. Rend the flesh. What a satisfying demise. A blood-soaked tribute.
I can't make another jump and keep going, can I? No. I have jumped. I just cleared out the entire side by myself. Like, come on. Such a stupid class. I love
the
it.
Emperor will be undone.
I love how stupid that class is. Like, you're restrictive in what weapon you can use. Like, you can't use maces or axes or anything like that. But it doesn't really matter when you can do what I just did.
Get me a target.
We're just bobbing and weaving, man. Just bobbing and weaving.
For the throne's glory. Scorn the pain.
Vital function successfully terminated. Running binaric override.
But of course,
I am your blade and shield, as honor ordains. Let your soul be purged, as the tenets demand.
What is her weapon that she doesn't deal all that much damage? 8 to 11. Oh, it's 8 to 11 compared to 17 to 20. That's why. Because I don't have a two-handed sword for her. Like, she needs an outward. Well, that would be a better weapon. The Soul Paladin Chainsword. Give that to her after this. So her damage is a lot lower than mine is.
Let the blood of the wicked be shed as thou hast willed. Caught by the web, death is a blessing. An offering of blood.
Means, yep, there's a guy back there too. Dude, that guy's like in the thing. Okay.
The ruin beckons. I need. Accept my death shall reign.
As the Emperor commands, I act. None can escape the Emperor's judgment.
Well, she took something out.
The Emperor is on our side. Let's see to it.
But of course, Lord Captain.
Alas, no. Let's see to it.
Heavy is the tread of his faithful. Request approved.
Faith shields me.
How did that guy get hurt? I didn't do anything to him. They think that the enemy just shot themselves.
I know what is to come. Farewell. The shadows will see it done. Trust me. Come. The other side awaits. I shall not. Let your soul be purged.
I also don't know why she has so much more movement speed than I do. Like, she is hauling ass to get everywhere. I don't know how I have respect.
And conquer. A blood-soaked tribute. I will triumph. Destiny reshaped. One step closer. What a satisfying
Alright, so that's
device.
one side of enemies taken out. Just hewing through them. Now these guys have 5 turns to take out the electric priest because everything else is gone. Excuse me.
My blade. Death is a blessing.
Yeah. Enough. Now an aged, rattling voice speaks from behind the bloodstained mask. You're powerless to halt the approach of what is to come. I see a crimson trail leading humanity to its doom. See the glow of the final dawn. That means existence has made its choice. Dagger flashes in her hand. She drives it into the control panel with all her strength. Now you will see it too. The Crimson Trail is a huge warp storm that stretches across the galaxy, resulting in a catastrophic rift in real space. A blinding voltaic arc bursts forth from the broken control panel, strikes Auror's uncanny mask. The metal heats up, smoke billows through the bars. With a howl, the cultist collapses. The light is gone. Was that it? Final dawn? Why is this so different from what our teacher promised? Aurora shakes her head blindly. Her voice is now the voice of an ordinary middle-aged woman, frightened and in pain. You'll pay for this. You will. The woman's body goes limp and collapses to the floor. Iron mask hits the ground with a dull thud. Pascal examines the corpse with contempt, then concludes dryly, confirming purgation and termination. The heretic took her secrets with her. Pity. I said it would come as a shock to her, didn't I? Her eyes literally sparkled with astonishment. The smug grin gives way to an expression of concern. Instead, my friends from behind the door won't calm down. He's sneering and guffawing as if the joke's on us and not her. Alright, please, Oryx. Need no more than a minute. Inspect the control panel damaged by Aurora. The cogitator is probably well beyond repair, but your attention is drawn away from the sacred machine towards the dagger sticking out of the control panel. On closer inspection, it turns out to be the lavishly decorated handguard of a sword whose blade has been pried out. Its pommel is decorated with a strange adornment resembling an eye covered by a scaled lid. What remains of the blade has a blue sheen to it, same tint as Krumrad's weapon during the mutiny on your void ship. This is no human-made object. It was grown from wraithbone, material favored by the Eldari. As you lean over the shard, you suddenly hear a multitude of voices. They blend together, and individual words are distorted, as though they are mocking your attempts to grasp their meaning. The nagging whisper is like the burning red scratch of an unholy claw upon your mind. The Iconoclast. Toss the shard into the depths of the reactor. Or, follow the Emperor's will, and let Heinrichs have it. Or, surreptitiously take the sword shard. Just realize you got ahead of me? Oh yeah, you'll be ahead of me. I'm playing way too many games for you not to be ahead of me, Frisk. Which, I mean, that kind of is a good thing for you. It means you can watch the stream without having spoilers. You just get to see a different angle, possibly, from what you were doing. Just start a new Baldur's Gate 3 run. You can't make up your mind which CRPG you want to play, man. When you touch the abomination, the whispers in your ears become louder and more bloodthirsty. You pocket the trophy surreptitiously just before the interrogator appears at your shoulder. Gives you an appraising look, then shifts his gaze to contact control panel. An impressive blow. Suppose the way she used to breach the frame was melted by the impact of the motive force. Rogue Trader, on behalf of the Holy Orders, thank you for your cooperation and release you from requisition. From this moment on, I am at your service. Ready to come aboard your ship? Head for Footfall as soon as you deem it possible. It is. If you don't have other business in the system, in which case I'm prepared to assist you in prompt resolution. You were trying to play Divinity 2 before all this chaos, and you still got your Skyrim run on the side? Oh no! Divinity 2 I couldn't get into. Like, I tried so hard. I enjoyed it, but like, I couldn't get through Act 2. I always burn out mid-Act 2. I don't know why. I have like 80 hours in Divinity 2. I've never made it past Act 2. I just constantly start new playthroughs, and then like I'll get overwhelmed by the crafting in the game, and yeah, Act 2 is just, I don't know. I always burn out. Remove her mask. Iron helmet is firmly attached to the heretic's flesh. Face is impossible to make out in the darkness behind the bars of her mask. After peering at it for a little longer than necessary, you wonder if, for a moment, you saw something move. Let's finish cleansing the place. Executing. Let the Omnissiah given motive force flow and all obstacles in its path be eradicated. Finish it? You finished Divinity 2! Can we do it? You finished it! See that as you're gonna abandon your current run and start a new one? That's what happens to me. Like, I put it down for a bit, and then whenever I go back to it, I'm like,
Let's
I don't know what I was
seize
doing,
the
where I was at, or how I was doing anything. I'm gonna start a fresh run. And I get to around the same spot, and then I get distracted, and then I stop playing. Cabela's overpowered? Yes. Her class is definitely overpowered. Oh yeah, Thalen. I'm winning super hard. Apparently, Thalen, if you're a heretic, you get to avoid the boss fight.
I tread a path unexplored.
You literally make the boss right here that I was gonna have to fight unalive themselves if you're a heretic. Beat chapter 1 boss because of her. Felt like he cheesed it. The boss is stupid anyways. Dude, Act 1 final boss is hard. He's a hard fight, man.
Intriguing.
I was saying earlier, Frisk, that because of how the DLC, I'm a heretic, so you'll have to unalive yourself at one point out of shame. I mean, that is fair. That is fair. That's how it ends. You just unalive yourself out of shame because you're a heretic. I would say, Frisk, the best way I find to do Owlcat games is do one playthrough per DLC release. Because they weave the DLCs from Act 1 through the whole game, typically, or they'll have the DLC just be in the final act. They'll do one or the other. They'll weave it through the whole game, or they'll just have it be in like the final act or in the mid game. So if you
Embrace true power.
go to do one playthrough per DLC release, that's I think how you get the most bang for your buck out of it, without like burning yourself out. Figured you were gonna do that, because I'll tell you this: Act 1 is so much easier having the first DLC compared to not having the first DLC. So much easier. You wait to see how the go for the second one. Yeah.
Rogue Trader. I was somewhat brusque at our first meeting, and I would like to make up for it by expressing my thanks for your assistance in the electrodynamic Cenobium. Your arrival could not have come at a better time. Unfortunately, my personal investigation has hit a dead end. I think I will have to call upon outside resources to continue the search.
That's a shame.
My missions do not always end in success. Unfortunately.
Yeah, I'll tell you this.
There is one more thing. The Lord Inquisitor gave me this item some time ago. He must have thought it likely that I would find myself aboard this vessel sooner than
Like
he.
Heinrichs? Dude, they do all the characters really well in this game.
Theodora. However, given recent events, I believe I ought to present it to you. This is an elucidator, a sacred machine capable of translating the languages of remote and lost worlds into Low Gothic. It can even process Xenos languages to a certain degree. Not without infelicities, but possibly well.
Yeah, they do all the characters so well in this game. I'm trying to think. In Pathfinder Wrath of the Righteous, their DLCs was an entire character arc, which is where they had the Changeling class. They had in the mid-game, they put in an entire roguelike into the game. That took place in the mid-game. They did 2 standalone campaigns that the second one was a standalone campaign that was a sequel to the first standalone campaign, and it also gave you a boss fight that the boss fight was altered depending on how you did the standalone campaign. And I'm trying to think what the other 2 DLCs were for Wrath of the Righteous. Yeah, get it when you play a game later.
Certainly not. The Elucidator is such a rare and complex creation of the Omnissiah that neither I nor any of my colleagues would dream of compromising its integrity. If you wish, have your tech priests confirm that there are no listening devices inside. I would like to offer my assistance in resolving your immediate problems. I am aware that the ship suffered considerable losses during the recent mutiny and was damaged by the cultists' actions, and you have lost many valuable officers as well. You are in a difficult situation.
Hello there, Magi. Do you have anxiety? I get really bad anxiety. Thankfully, most of it is person to person, which is why I'm able to stream, because we're not face to face, but I get really bad social anxiety typically. Iris is about to say something else when he's interrupted by the sound of a Vox signal. Someone is trying to contact you.
Thank you for your time. Please consider me at your complete disposal while I am aboard your vessel.
Congratulations on the victory, Your Lordship. The entire vessel was impatiently awaiting news of your expedition's success. The rumors about you not simply having sit in the Tech Priest Monastery, but actually eliminating the source of the mutiny, spread like wildfire. Vox transmissions from across the world speak of nothing else. Governor Meta is expecting you as command center to discuss matters. Ready to depart immediately. Just give the order. Alright, let's give her that chain sword. That is a much stronger weapon for her. Unfortunately, I don't have a two-handed sword. Alright, we got nothing else to do here. Like how many, I like how many times you're able to be like, hey, I have this heretical stuff. Do you want it, Heinrichs? He's like, no, I'm not picking the option. I'm still not picking the option. I'm still not picking the option. Who the hell is this guy? The Master of Ablutions. This wasn't a part of the initial launch of the game. This is also something they seem to have randomly added. A soothing water caresses your senses, and grateful muscles welcome the chance to rest. Pleasant languor spreads through your body as you allow yourself a moment of quiet. Tension slowly retreats as you bring yourself to complete stillness. Joint by joint, muscle by muscle, pore by pore, before long you have surrendered the bash of your body to the bliss of oblivion. Troubles, worries, loss. Such things do not belong in this newly established dominion of tranquility. Only the infinite waters of weightlessness in which, stripped of all things superficial, the mind of Unfelicius drifts in silent abyss. That's mine with it. Oh! Just free point. This just gives you free points for whichever way you want to go. Thoughts about the price paid for power. Inconstant paths through which such power is obtained, and the people and things will sacrifice for the sake of its supremacy. Just a way to give you that little bit of an edge to further I wish to see somebody in my chambers. Who would you like to summon? Bring Kabbalah here while I'm taking a bath. It's not sus at all. Silently appears aside. You ask to see me, demands Everix. Wish to learn more about the cult's rites? Very well. Since you're in the water, I can introduce you to a rare discipline of the blissful web, known as brown sugar broke. Oh yes. Don't worry, Mana. I'm not doing anything sus. Don't worry. Introduce you to a rare discipline of blissful web, known as controlled self-drowning. If you receive this honor, with water being so precious on a ship, still, it has opened my eyes to many truths. Teach me! Drown me, Cabela! Do it! Close your eyes and trust me. Reject your fear and remember, you have carried death within you since birth. The ritual is simply a meeting between you and your oldest friend. Close your eyes and you close your eyes and hear a quiet splash. Cabela has entered the pool. Puts her hands around your neck and gently pushes you under the water. As your lungs start to burn, she pulls you back to the surface. Now you need to take a single breath of air before she begins to drown you again. Process repeats several times. Dude, I'm just getting waterboarded here. She holds you beneath the surface a little longer with each plunge. Fourth descent lasts an eternity, but her hands prevent you from resurfacing. As your empty lungs burn, you died. Go back to your soul. Your souls, yes. You fight against your fear. Stalker swallows you, and soon it gives way to peace. As you listen to the soft whisper of the water around you, you realize that death is the end and the beginning. Are no worries here, no mistakes. There's only you, and the infinite nothing. Just as nothing is about to claim you, you're gently lifted from the emptiness of oblivion. Domin Zevrex, been touched by death. What was it like? Death is nothing, and yet everything. Now you understand the tenets of the web more fully. I'll leave you to reflect on this experience. Finish your ablutions. Feel realized. This is truly an experience worthy of a rogue trader. We just got voluntarily waterboarded. You know, it's not so bad. A little bit of waterboarding never hurt anybody. Right? Who needs souls? Soul level 1 run. Let's go. Audius Campus. Soon, Thalen. Soon. Dude, they added such strong weapons to Act 1. I can't use all of them, but like, look at this pistol that I found in Act 1. 15 to 25 damage with 60% armor pen with a range of 6. You're going to? Well, it's nice if you have a diverse team. I might end up probably using Cabela and my character, even though they're the same class, because it's a fun class and DLC character I never used. But my character's probably going to dual wield, and Cabela will use the two-handed weapon when I'm in Act 2. I think that's how I'm going to do that breakdown. Dude, like, look at that sword. Yeah, but I guess somebody in Act 2 who will be able to use that pistol. No, what I got was this sword. 12 to 18 damage, 15 armor pen, 6 toxic damage per attack. I thought you were a mage, Frisk. Like a pure spellcaster. But you have no need for a sword. You'll never be in melee. If you're going to use a sword, you use a force sword. Oh, they have plenty of force swords for you to use. Don't you worry. There's plenty of force swords for you to use. Just like there's plenty of reasons to follow the stream, mainly being that you're enjoying it. I mean, force swords scale and damage based on your magic. Yeah, force swords scale and damage based on your psychic rating. Be a chaos bomb because of one? Yup. I haven't summoned a chaos spawn yet, thank God.
The world trembles beneath my feet.
Thank you, Emperor. I haven't had to deal with one yet. Yeah, outside the tutorial, obviously. Greetings again, your lordship. Governor notices Cabela's clothes. His eyes go wide. He adds soft and cautiously, "This woman, she's bodyguard, I presume? Was she here to..." He stops, choosing not to finish the question. It's fine, I just learned death is nothing. Right, I mean, you can always recollect your souls. Who needs souls anyway? Can't express how grateful I am for your help. Now that the insidious heretics' designs have been thwarted, nothing stands in the way of my plans or yours. The Roar are dead. The spirit of revolt is waning. Entire squads of rebels are surrendering. We are witnessing the final days of the uprising. Yeah, they do a really good job with it. They did it in Wrath of the Righteous also. She just flows into like she belonged there the whole time. I have already signed the order to allocate 2,000 first class wayfarers to you. Transfer your ship should begin any minute. I would also like to salute the savior of Requiem Norris. I have already given the order for a celebration to be held in your honor. We'll mark your victory with an ancient custom and triumph. You'll drive through the city streets, accompanied by a guard of honor, to fist the hero who has vanquished Imperium's enemies, while your trophies will be displayed to the jubilant crowds. Let them know, once you've concluded your business system, we're ready for the triumph to begin. Adira shrieks and blindly reaches for the air in front of her, rubs her eyes nervously. Oh, for Grek's sake! What the... Lord Captain, I can't see a thing. Only darkness. Pitch black darkness. Are you feeling facetious, Mom? Another prophecy? I have no idea. Darkness has enveloped me. Bam! Kind of veil. But I'm not gone blind, no. It's the darkness that I see. It's the only thing I see. No idea what it means, but the whole thing reeks, Lord Captain. I don't like the look of it in this. Ah! Stares at her hands as if she's never seen them before. It's gone. Benedetta breathes a sigh of relief. You have no doubt been through a lot lately, ma'am. Small wonder your version had a dim spell with all this shooting everywhere. Let alone all these maim and mad insurgents. That'll be alright. Festivities will distract you. You'll feel right as rain again. I love how he doesn't realize that she's a psyker.
world will bow.
I have more purchasing to make. Before we go and conclude Act 1. To the Thunderfang! Jewelry, Xenos artifacts, and trophies. Really? I didn't get any heretic trophies at all from that? Guess not. What else can I sell this person? Armor kits. They like armor kits a lot. I think there's a faction that gives you like 300 per ship components. And just like that, I'm an overachiever. Buy him out. Is that a great sword? Oh, there we go. I can give that great sword to Cabela. And I can give that cloak I just got to my character. The Reaper Cape. Dude, my character looks badass. The bone armor with the blood sword. Yeah. Yeah, we're looking the part. And give her that great sword. I don't think there was anything else I got that I actually cared about. They were just buying it so that way I could sell stuff. Dude, this Veil Render sword? What difficulty am I playing on? Good question. Let me take a look. Let me take a look. Give me a moment. And I will let you know. Cabela's the only character where you keep the helmet. I typically don't have the helmet shown on most of the characters. Sometimes I do. For the most part, I don't. I want to make sure I equip the characters right now, otherwise I'll completely forget to. Like, look at that armor for him. Okay, let me double check my difficulty signs. Cause I honestly forget Magi. My guy. We are playing on Daring. Daring, I feel like it's hard. It's challenging enough that I can have fun with it while still experimenting and just goof it off. You know, I feel like once you get to hard, especially if you try and play on unfair, you need to have like a plan and stuff. With Daring, I feel like I can still just like mess around and have fun with it, you know. Like I wouldn't be using both Cabela and with my guy because my guy is Cabela's class. Like it doesn't make as much sense to double up on it compared to doing something else, you know. Like I'd probably swap out Cabela for Jay. I think that's her name, the girl you get in Act 2. But I'm actually going to be swapping out, I think, Argenta for her. Because Argenta's only useful skill here is Demolitions, and I am also good at Demolitions. We got Awareness. I think Carouse, Coercion, and all the lore stuff Jay has covered. She's a social character. Which armor? The one that was on Abelard? It's an armor you get from trading with either this guy or from trading with the Thunderhawk ship. That's why I made sure to trade before I left Act 1, because those two merchants, their inventory does not carry over to their factions in Act 2. So I made sure to sell to them before I proceeded. I mean, I might put my guy in like medium or heavy armor by the time I progress further into the game. I'm not sure yet. Because I don't think the blade dance is restricted to light armor. I'll have to like double check my abilities, but I don't think they are. Oh, this is gonna be a lot of reading on my part. Gotta wet my whistle. No, Captain, your peerless Lord Von Valencius. I am the Master of Ceremonies of Recomenorus. Everything is in place for your triumph. Allow me to give you a brief summary of the upcoming event. You will take the road, now familiar to you, from here to the starport. Be accompanied by your comrade in arms and a guard of honor. The body of the heretic known as Prophet Aurora will be pulled in your wake as a battle trophy. A stop is planned in the middle of the road. There, grateful citizens will rush towards you, praising you for their salvation. Not to worry, there's a thoroughly choreographed interlude. The group of the grateful people will be composed exclusively of loyal citizens vetted by us, members of the military, young people, attractive, physically fit, few healthy children. Once they have said their praise, procession will move on. Governor Merida will await you by the starport. There's also where the pyre has been built for burning the body of the heretic known as Aurora. You'll be handed a flamer blessed by the representative of Ecclesiarchy. You can choose to personally perform the burning, but if you wish to underscore the amicable alliance between House Von Valesius and House Winterscale, be fair to pass the honor of the burning to Governor Merida. However, the choice is yours. Excellent plan. Starts the triumph. Of course, your lordship. You know, we're just casually dragging the body of the heretic around behind us as we go on parade. And tomorrow afternoon I will not be streaming because Sunday is the day for me. Tomorrow night, if I do a stream, we'll be doing Path of Exile 2 probably. Or this. It'll be one or the other. This or PoE 2. Man, if only I could just keep this tank. Just roll up as an heretics with a tank. Make way, let's greet the hero. Small group of festively dressed people rushes towards you. Glory to the Von Valesius dynasty. Glory to Zevrex, hero of Recomenorus. The grateful citizen wish to present you with the Redeemer. I didn't know Autumn didn't have his internet. I didn't know it went out. For whatever reason, you know for certain that right at this moment the gaze of Aurora's dead, empty eye sockets is fixed upon the back of your head. The thought surfaces in your mind, not a voice in your head, not a mere thought. They're all going to die, befouled, deprived, never having seen the truth. All because of you, enemy mine. My pleasure protecting the Imperium world and its inhabitants. May the light of the Eternal's terror shine on us all. Recomenorus honors the Emperor and bows to his most loyal servants, the rogue trader. What? They're coming out of the darkness, stealing the light. Darkness is insatiable, and behind them, behind these thieves, an inevitable eye follows, watching. Ah! I'm sensing something. Boundless blue, golden, dark. Something's coming, Doman. An unholy death contrary to his will. Cabella's eyes are blank. She digs a steel claw to an unhealed wound. Behold, behold the final dawn. Some ceremony, eh, guys? They blew up my tank. At least they waited until I wasn't in the tank to blow it up. Very nice cultists. Ah, thank you, good sir. Dude, I'm working the vocal cords tonight. Working hard for those follows. That wasn't creepy at all. You know, ships that are cloaked fly by and, like, detonate the sun. It looked like. You're being attacked by cultists. You're being attacked by cultists. The warp is bleeding into reality. And the sun gets obliterated. Yep. Completely normal. Yep. Oh, my guy is not going first. I mean, there's nowhere safe to really stand. Oh, my guy did go first.
Ruin beckon. Death shall reign.
As the saying goes, the only ones who suffer are the heretic and the fool. Yup.
Faith without deeds is worthless.
Look at this spread I'm gonna do.
Doubt is for the weak. If each one is a prayer.
Thank you, Argenta.
I will bathe this battlefield in righteous fury.
Follow my lead. To the heretics!
I am a navigator, not a servitor.
I don't know what you're gonna do when you run out of stuff to do, Taurus. It'll be fast approaching.
I will leave footprints of scarlet. Killing brings me no pleasure, as honor ordains. As the tenet, let your soul. Death is a blessing. Trust me, killing brings me no pleasure. As honor ordains. Come, the other side awaits.
Just a little bit of blood. Just a little bit. Psychosomatic trauma. Cannot use psychic powers. Duration 1 round. Oof. Oof.
On it.
I must not falter.
Chaos guides me.
Got a lot of trust levels too, yeah.
I am your doom.
Remember, chapter 5 took me like, what, 2.5, 3 hours to clear out? It is endless. It's not terribly long.
Activate calculated fury algorithm. Insignificant value. I am a savant of destruction.
I think a couple just ran to a warp storm and took themselves out.
Weather the storm. Onward!
Death to non-believers.
Oh, they would have more people around too. Everywhere. That more to the back where I am? No.
I guidance.
Oh, really? That person is strong. Has a good amount of health. Interesting.
A blood-soaked tribute.
God Emperor, move through me. Be the fire in my heart.
As the Emperor commands, I act. I'll do it.
Follow my lead.
I love using Cassia. I don't think I would ever do a playthrough where I don't use her for this right here. Look at that range on her thing that actually reduces veil degradation. Like, come on. She's so ridiculous.
Step aside. The navigator is coming.
Yeah! Insane range and damage.
Advancing. The Omnissiah condemns you.
And I like how bullets can pierce through enemies in this game. And depending on the type of gun, some of them only do that through damage like that just did if you kill the enemy. And then some just will over penetrate and just go through multiple people at once. Regardless. I love that depth of strategy that it adds.
A dance of blades and shadows. Killing brings me no pleasure. I shall not fail.
Such is the will of chaos.
Got bamboo plugin that doubles the amount of bombs you have. Nice. It's a great plugin.
They who discern the future on the battlefield. Anything else? Be gone! No can do.
Follow my lead.
Crush that evil.
The Omnissiah knows all, comprehends all.
Oh, you must be doing the second tier of that in Zenless. And yes, guys, I play a lot of different games, so I can talk about other games while playing different games. Because I play way too many games. All of them are great games.
As the Emperor commands, I act. Guided by faith!
They really are. But it's like, it's such a, like, it's a CRPG like Baldur's Gate 3, but such a different style that it's kind of hard to say it's like Baldur's Gate 3, you know?
Be careful not to cross my gaze.
It's so different and so good. Just like the stream is so good. It's all good.
Explorers know one route. Forward.
Ain't no way I can. This hits.
My vow is to serve.
Didn't think that was gonna hit, but hey, we had to give it a go.
Death comes in.
Yeah, it makes. I'm curious as to what the second DLC will be if they add another character in the next DLC.
As the tenant.
I feel like they made Cabela's class too strong. Like, play as Cabela's class, I don't see a reason to ever play as a, what you call it? As a, warrior over Cabela's class. Which is unfortunate. Like, I can kind of see a reason for it, but not really. I shall fear no darkness, for light is within me, the light of my faith in thee. I shall flee before no enemy, for there is no enemy more terrible than cowardice, and I shall overpower it. Magenta prays aloud, all the while checking your equipment with deft fingers. Cabela gives you a faint smile and whispers, "The great dance begins, but I am still with you, Doman. Fear not, for I will not let your soul fall into the clutches of the unclean. If it comes to it, I will be quicker than them." Red, black, and lots of blinding white fear. Whole city is quaking. No, the whole world. No. Any idea what just happened? Final dawn. Stop short of puzzling out the enemy's entire plan. Oh, Emperor, forgive us for this negligence, so we will find a way to right it. I saw Indira holding her nose trickling with blood. I saw blurry shadows reaching for a ball of bright fire, pulling it away. Another shadow, much larger and more terrifying, swallowed them, opened its colossal eye when the others were gone with their loot. Saw no connections, no complicity. It's like a loop catching on a hook. That small terror made another greater one crawling out of its lair and act. That's the best I can explain it. Okay. As that purple mist pulses, every now and then it pulses with an eye. Yeah, I can say, I only see death in Recommendars' future. Death and nothing else. And I mean its immediate future. In other words, time to leg it. She looks at her, scans her agenda. Patience, everybody. Holy Sissy is almost done powdering her nose. Well, every man for themselves! Says a alarm that almost physically drilling through your temples. Fleeting little whispers at the edge of your hearing are sinister and gleeful. Make her to the starport. Rogue Trader must help these people evacuate. Emperor himself has entrusted their fate to us. The sense of alarm keeps growing stronger as the sensation of intent gaze fixed upon you. As the random enforcer just stands in the middle of a warp storm.
Let's see.
I kind of wish that more was done when I declared myself Chaos's chosen favorite next to the Sister of Battle and Heinrichs. Like, I feel at that point those two you should have had to fight those two. I forget if there's more encounters between here and the exit. I'm fairly positive that there is. Yeah, there's a bunch of encounters. Think you had one enemy in mind? You vanquished Twilight, cut down Aurora. She was only one of us. Hear me? From the depths of the dead stone, from his prison of cold metal, he will rise. The hour is nigh.
The glow of emergency beacons in the darkness is more familiar to me than the light of any star. Follow me, Domin. I will guide us.
We're surrounded by darkness and flames, and you're feeling cozy.
Your existence is naught but ashes.
Surrender to the dark powers!
Oh look, a Chaos Bond. And it goes first. Isn't that quaint? Oh, I forgot there was a lot of Chaos Spawns. Oh, of course I can beat it. It's all a matter of how. It's never a matter of if, it's always a matter of how. You don't mind class overlap? It depends on the difficulty setting. Whether I mind it or not. All the characters are overpowered in this game in their own right. All the characters actually are overpowered in their own right in this game.
Rejoice in battle! Doubt is for the weak. You must enter it. Faith without deeds is worthless.
What do you mean, no way? What do you mean, no way? Are you thinking about how little damage it did or how much damage that just did? Because I would say how little. Pascal's going to be the one that tears the thing open. Well, I got to shoot 16 bullets because it's Argenta. It's a fun weapon, but Pascal's going to be the one to tear this thing open because he can shred its armor.
I will triumph. Death shall reign.
Shadows are reversed for a moment? Oh, you never saw... Oh, you haven't used a heavy weapon yet. Yeah. If you give you have to give Argenta +5 to her strength and then heavy weapon proficiency, and then she can use heavy weapons. And they're fun to use.
Descend upon the weak.
I serve the ruinous powers!
I serve the ruinous powers!
I am your blade and shield. Death is a blessing. The shadows will let your soul be purged, as honor ordains. Killing brings me no pleasure. Death is a blessing.
I am your doom!
Yeah, most CRPGs I feel like overlapping a class if you're playing on like a medium or lower difficulty, depending on CRPG, is okay. But if you try and play on like the highest tier's difficulty, overlapping a class is usually detrimental because you miss out on something vital.
Was it you? Or...
Usually I stick to like if a game has a daring or a core difficulty, I typically play at that level. So that way it's like challenging, but I can still play around and have fun. But there's a very real chance that if you mess up, you lose.
Cover me! Cleanses the body.
Freaking perils of the warp.
Me? If you insist, Lord Captain.
Running binaric override.
There we go. Instead of having 55% armor and like 30% dodge, it now has 18% armor and no dodge. Also, it only has a 1 to its weapon and ballistic skill. So the thing's not allowed to hit me, it has no armor, making it effectively useless. That's why I say, like... And, you know, like, if I had Abelard instead of Cabela, I would have a tank. Or if I had, what do you call Heinrichs instead of Cabela, he could be augmenting the strength of my front line, while making everybody more resistant to warp anomaly stuff. Like, it's okay to double up on the lower difficulties, but on higher difficulties, like, that would be making a big difference here.
The scriptural prognosis is favorable. The Omnissiah knows all, comprehends all.
And there we are. I just gave everybody... You want to hop off soon? Yeah, I don't think I'll actually be able to finish this off tonight, Act 1 off tonight. I think after this encounter, I might be going to sleep, because it is getting close to 3 a.m. Well, I'll catch you later, Taurus. I might end up doing this tomorrow night to be able to say I finished Act 1. We'll see how it goes, though. Because I'm going to get tired and start making stupid mistakes. But if I did just give everybody, like, 8% armor and this guy 16% more damage. So it's not all bad.
Vulnerability analysis successful.
Chaos guides me.
Oh, Cabela or Argenta's turn got skipped because she's stunned from the effects of the warp. Oh no.
Sow the seeds of discord. Purpose.
Death to non-believers. Chaos guides me.
Reading damage to bulk.
I will leave footprints of scarlet.
Will do. On it. Anything else?
I have read tomes of military tactics.
Was that you? Or
I mean, I could heroic act, it's just... I think I could do more.
will do.
All chaos spawns are now blinded. There we go, that's more.
As the tactical imperative dictates. Heavy is the tread of his faith.
Man, I really wish the walls would stop bleeding eyes at me. Kinda unnerving.
Is the will of chaos. Death to the weak.
The enemies of the Emperor will be undone! As the Emperor commands, this is why I was chosen!
Like, the one in the back is the one I want. 34 armor and 0% dodge. That's the one I prepped. Oh, how ballsy can I be? I'm about to do something so stupid.
Ruin beckons. I will triumph. Whispers, guide my hand. I will delight my masters with your demise.
What am I? That was good damage to both of them. That thing doesn't even have its armor shredded. Oh, now it does. I forgot when I do that, my heroic act, that shreds their armor. I forgot that.
One step, a accept my... What a satisfying demise.
Never mind. I made the perfect play I could have.
My masters with your demise.
Look at that. Absolutely shredded it.
Purpose guides me.
I think this works.
I will. Death shall reign.
There we go. I just had 2 chaos spawns and a cultist all by my own damn self because I heroic acted, and my character's broken.
Trust me. Caught by the web. I shall not fail. The shadows will see it done. I cannot serve you in this way. Come, the other side awaits.
Crush the feeble! Laughable.
There is movement in the Imperial. Farewell.
Emperor, give me strength.
I can just give Adira the extra turn to give one more shout. That went a lot smoother than I thought it was going to go. I can't believe I did that to the 2 chaos spawns for my character. Makes me think maybe I should put the maybe I should put the difficulty up to hard almost there, but I know it's a big jump from daring to hard. And the Act 1 boss is a bit of a bitch. Yeah, it's 3 a.m. I think there's probably at least a couple more encounters before the Act 1 boss, so we'll finish up Act 1 next time we play. I know I said we were trying... Well, I did say trying to. I didn't say we would. Because I had a thought in the back of my head that I wouldn't be able to.
Will bow.
So... I'm glad I had that notion that I may not have been able to. So let's drop a save right here. Next time we play, this will be where we pick it up. Let's see if we have somebody we can raid. And remember, guys, you were liking it and you are new to watching the stream and you enjoyed it. You enjoyed me. I like follows. They help the stream grow. Hey, we're going to be raiding somebody. We're going to be raiding somebody. I'm not just leaving you hanging here. We're going to be raiding somebody. We're going to be raiding a friend. who is up way past her bedtime. So I'll catch you guys later. Thank you all for watching. Let's go Raider.
And express yourselves freely on stage. This rehearsal is to help you get familiar with basic stage movements, techniques, and the troupe style, and to build good rapport.
Exactly. I'll handle the stage lighting, Grant will narrate, and the rest will take on the role of the audience.